Okay, I recognize Honorable Blanchard, but Honorable Blanchard, take your seat still and then I will proceed to that side. But I just wanted to just an observation and a comment. There's clearly standing order which deals with reading. So I see we're moving the precedence of the parliament where a number of people, a number of members spoke as a platform. The practice has been when the Minister of Finance address, so it is ready for an address, but because members starting to do their debate as an address and not with the chamber, the debating chamber, we see it and change the president said in the past. So in regards to given permission to refer it to the notes, so I'm not going to take any drastic decision in the consultation with the cabinet, but in regards to tool or we say the small podium, I think this should cease and this we should desist from this because it really defeating the purpose of why we are here. We are here to debate, exchange ideas, listen. That's why we try our best not to disturb, at least, I mean, we can be jovial and have it a little exciting, but we should not be distracting each other, you know. And when we come on we are on our feet, our focus should be to debate the points, not to give an address. So we have an address by the Minister of Finance and a counter address by the Leader of Opposition, and that's where we should leave it. I don't think we should change the practice. It even affecting the actual voice volume in regards to the microphone. So let's cease and desist. I'll ask the clerk to remove it from the chamber, you know, and let us really focus on the debate, you know. For now, we'll still give permission for members to refer to their notes, but some members know my opinion on the matter already. I want to encourage more debate off the script. Refer to the notes, come back on the script, but debate. Debate and with respect. Again, I want to again ask members, when you are coming in and out of the chamber, and I'm going to point out one, Senator Reid, sometimes you forget, so I just pointing you out for now, but you made a mistake, I think either early this morning or yesterday. Again, be aware, we cannot be treating the chamber casually. And I'm not talking only to members, everybody who's coming to the chamber, including all the police officers or strangers, you need to maintain that level of decorum. It's a serious place, it's a serious matter. You know, we can laugh sometimes when a little joke passes, but this is serious business. So let's treat it as this. Let's proceed. Honorable Blanchard, I recognize you, so you may deliver.
Notes. I would like to request permission to refer to my notes as well.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I stand here to lend my full support, my unwavering support to the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget before this honorable House for debate. And Mr. Speaker, I do so with confidence, as I have noted, I have witnessed the transformation of this beautiful island we call Dominica. Yes, I am indeed confident that this Labour Party's vision, presented in the form of policies and programs in the fiscal year 24-25 budget, and I must add, clearly articulated by our Minister for Finance in his address, will, Mr. Speaker, will have the desired effect and benefit the lives of each and every one of us here in Dominica, on our national economy as well, and certainly push us even further along our development path towards the dynamic Dominica that this great Dominica Labour Party has promised. Mr. Speaker, think back at the last few budget addresses. Can't you see the thread? Yes, Mr. Speaker, we, this Dominica Labour Party government, we have long begun the process of building dynamic Dominica. And I say to you, we've been doing so block by block. Or someone might challenge me and say, maybe I should say instead, project by project, program by program. This is what we heard from the Minister of Finance. The plans and programs of this Labour Party government to implement in fiscal year 24-25 that will diversify the Dominican economy, stimulate growth, and build the infrastructure to further diversify this economy to benefit everyone. This Labour Party government is continuing to lay the foundation as we build dynamic Dominica for our people. And Mr. Speaker, who want to come on board, jump on board. Who want to stay down can stay down, but everyone is welcome, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, that's nothing new. It's been many years ago. I remember many years ago as a new member in this honorable chamber. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm thinking all the way back to 2017, when I said in this honorable house that following a review of the accomplishments of this Labour government, that my hope had turned into excitement. As I saw unfolding right before my eyes, the development plan for Dominica, led by this Labour Party government, to modernize our beautiful island and to continue to forge ahead, making Dominica a better place for all of us. And today, Mr. Speaker, the unfolding of this amazing development plan is even more visible. So much so, I can say that it is so clear that even a blind man can see. And today, Mr. Speaker, with that realization, I left the Honorable House on Friday on cloud nine, eagerly looking forward to the swift approval of the budget so that my constituents can begin benefiting from the programs and policies and projects of this budget. But yet again, driven by my confidence that this budget was not simply a transformational one, but also one that is timely and suited for the times, and by that I mean it was tailored for us as a people, we as a country. We are going to, as per the promise of our Prime Minister, member for the VCAS constituency at his last press conference in July 15, 2024. But Mr. Speaker, the debate didn't go off or start off like I thought it would. Alas, the honorable member for the Margaret constituency was given the opportunity to rebut. Not often am I at a loss for words, Mr. Speaker. In spite of the fact that the member started off, rightly so, acknowledging the advancements locally since Maria, he then went off on a tangent. Was that really what happened, though? Did he really go off on a tangent, Mr. Speaker? Maybe rambling is a better word, but I'm not sure if it's parliamentary, so probably I shouldn't say it that way. But you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because you were there. Because the member was joking with most of us most of the time. Right, Mr. Speaker? I don't know about the rest of the House, but I sure hope he was only kidding with us. So, Mr. Speaker, at dinner on Monday night, I raised it with him. And he explained to me, you know, people in my community know that I like to make people laugh. So my constituents expect that of me. That is who I am. So, Mr. Speaker, I have decided that I'm going along with his story. He was entertaining us in this honorable house on Monday. Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member for the Margaret constituency, as a parliamentary colleague, let me share some advice if you are older than you are. The next time somebody writes a speech for you, read it yourself. Well, please see how much I remember. But anyway, the next time somebody writes a speech for you, I suggest you read it first before you get in here, okay? I say to you that I would not, and you shouldn't allow anyone to make you say koshoni. Oops, did I use unparliamentary language? I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. But your people expect you to say things that are funny. This is what Comcd says a stand-up comedy at Tranmere, if we're doing stand-up comedy in the Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, seriously, in my humble opinion, it was the same old, same old. And what I mean by that, the very same rhetoric that we heard from the former opposition. And as I stand here, I'm thinking out loud, could it be something in the AC unit blowing on that side of the house? Because, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what's going on. Yet again, all we hear from that side of the house is doom and gloom. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to check the AC because it cannot be, something is wrong with that side of the house. I am happy that I am on this side. Come in. Mr. Speaker, look at this morning. We received an excellent, comprehensive update from the Honorable Minister for Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, data, numbers, detailed facts. Then the Honorable Senator stood up this morning, no data, zero facts, and had the nerve to suggest that nothing major is happening in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, something is wrong with that. Mr. Speaker, that I humbly ask you, do you think that was an attempt to be dishonest? Yes. Yes. Or maybe that too is unparliamentary. So, Mr. Speaker, instead I say, she's just trying to pull wool over people's eyes. But before I go into details on how this Labour government is building that platform for sustainable growth and development, please allow me a little leeway, Mr. Speaker, to place fiscal year budget 24-25 into perspective. By that I mean, I wish to speak briefly, very briefly, and share some thoughts through you. Honorable Speaker, to the members of this honorable chamber and to Dominicans far and wide, the prevailing circumstances and conditions under which this government operates is important. We are a small open economy. And what does that mean? It means that whatever is happening globally will have a huge impact on us. And as they say in the US, as they say when the US sneezes, we catch a cold. That is how intertwined and how linked we are to that economy. Nonetheless, despite all the headwinds from high inflation, high global interest rates, and their restricting impact on global economic growth, our economy has remained buoyant, and the data is proof of this. Indeed, the data shows that our economy is growing strongly in real terms, not just nominally because prices are higher. Dominica's real GDP is increasing at a relatively fast rate when compared to that of our neighbors, and the data confirms this. This, in my humble opinion, is proof that what the Honorable Minister of Finance said in his conclusion of his address is in fact true. And I want to recall what the Minister of Finance says, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "We have always punched above our weight and exceeded expectations. And despite the current difficulties in the world economy, this government will continue to make smart, calculated decisions to build the foundation for long-term prosperity." And this is exactly, end quote, and this is exactly what this year's budget is doing. And I will prove that this is correct, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the data reveal that in spite of the uncertainty globally, our local economy has held its own. Finance Minister knew what he was saying. One might go further to say that our economy has experienced relatively strong growth in the past few years, despite a number of exogenous shocks. Mr. Speaker, a quick glance at the most recent World Economic Outlook, WEO, published by the International Monetary Fund in July of 2024, revealed an assessment, and I quote that assessment, quote, "Global growth is projected to be in line with the April 2024 World Economic Outlook forecast at 3.2% in 2024 and 3.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, note those numbers, huh? Please note those numbers. The world economy is expected to grow over the next 2 years by roughly 3.2%, which is important when we go to speak about our local economy. Closer to home, the International Monetary Fund's Regional Economic Outlook (RIO), published in April of this year, and I'm looking specifically to the one for the Western Hemisphere, which includes Dominica and the Caribbean. And this report states, and I quote, Latin America and the Caribbean region has shown remarkable resilience in the face of recent global challenges, rebounding more strongly than expected from the pandemic. Growth is now moderating from 2.3% to 2% in 2024, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I first wish to note from that quotation the words recent global challenges. Mr. Speaker, here it is, a renowned, reputable institution like the International Monetary Fund. In their writing, they're making a reference while explaining the economic performance of a region. They're making reference to the fact that recent global challenges has impacted on the final outcome. And Mr. Speaker, just a quick one on the side. I'm pulling that out, let me tell you why. So often I listen in Dominica, and I hear people saying and blaming this Labour Party government for giving information. So for instance, which is the norm as we have seen from the IMF report, it is normal that if you're saying that something, or an economy in this case, perform in a particular way, to say why. What is it that influenced that final outcome? But you know when we do that, you know what people are saying? You would swear to God that we as a Labour Party invented Maria, COVID, Erica. I don't understand that. But Mr. Speaker, now I'm bringing that to their attention. I'm sure we won't see a repeat of this in this Honorable House. So I can move on. Mr. Speaker, I refer to a table published in the IMF's April 2024 RIO, and the title of that table is, I quote, Western Hemisphere GDP Growth, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the data in that table is from 2022 to 2023. In that table, Dominica is listed as one of the countries, Western Hemisphere GDP. No, in that table, we are part of a grouping, called Caribbean Tourism Dependent. And there are 10 other countries with us in that grouping. So, Mr. Speaker, what it is they're doing, like countries or countries with similar economies are being grouped together. So we are part of the Caribbean Tourism Dependent grouping. Mr. Speaker, look at the economic performance of our local economy when you look at that table. In that table, Dominica's economy is estimated to have grown in 2023 by 4.7%. 4.7%. According to the IMF RIO, real GDP in Dominica is estimated at 4.7 in 2023. And Mr. Speaker, irrespective of the driving forces to achieve this performance, no one, I say, can say that this is not in fact strong growth. Of interest, in my humble opinion, is the average rate of growth for that same grouping, Caribbean Tourism Dependent. In 2023, that average growth was 2.3%. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that compared to the average performance of the grouping, the Dominican economy is doing well, and we grew faster than the average. So the average rate of growth of the regional grouping is 4.7, it's 3.5, we in Dominica, 4.7. According to the data, Dominica outperformed half of the other countries in the grouping. For emphasis, and they're saying to me that nothing is happening.
Translate.
And they say to me that nothing is happening. And let me tell you. For emphasis, I must add that this data is from a highly reputable international organization, and it's not from the government of Dominica. I had no part to play in those numbers, and neither did anybody on this side of the House or any person working in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, you be the judge. Having been presented with the data, first in the budget address, And again, does that sound to you like an economy that is not doing well? The picture being painted about gloom and doom is really getting tired and annoying. Remember, these aren't my numbers. In preparation to stand here and support the budget, I am repeating the numbers presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance and expounding a little further. Further, Mr. Speaker, the IMF's Rio is projecting strong growth for Dominica between 2024 and 2025. It is expected that our growth in that 2-year period is going to average 4.5%. And Mr. Speaker, anywhere you turn, anywhere you look, that is strong growth. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank is also confirming the expansion of our local economy. In the annual report, in the Annual Economic and Financial Review 2023, this is what the ECCB's assessment read, and I quote, "The economy of the Commonwealth of Dominica sustained its growth momentum in 2023, although at a more tempered pace. Real GDP grew by 4.7% in 2023, compared with an increase of 5.6% in 2022. The expansion in 2023 was largely driven by the implementation of public sector investment projects, recovery in tourism sector, and strong growth in the services sector," end quote. This Labour government is working. It is in black and white, Mr. Speaker, printed text by recognized, reputable organizations. The same ECCB report concluded, and I quote, "Despite challenges, the outlook remains optimistic." Can I repeat that, even if it's just written once in the text? Despite challenges, the outlook remains optimistic. This is bolstered by the anticipated full rebound of stayover arrivals, the implementation of key investment plans, we know what those are, and a focus on sound fiscal management. The ongoing construction of the new international airport and hotel projects, the transition to geothermal energy, and the continued efforts to build resilient infrastructure are expected to yield long-term growth dividends, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I can finish with the economy, you know. I think the same way I can find the time to go and do some research online, they must can do the same, you know. I think people are deliberately trying to mislead the people of Dominica. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House will not entertain. We will do what we have to do. Mr. Speaker, we were put here by the people of Dominica, and we will continue to represent them, and we will continue to show up the lies and the dishonesty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I found it very unsettling when it appeared that a member from the other side of the House was challenging the projections of the IMF. I think we should be careful with that. We should not, by words or action, even appear to place long-standing reputable organizations like the fund in disrepute. And Mr. Speaker, I feel so very strongly, and I think the members should be cautioned for that. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to say things are perfect. We are growing, our economy is buoyant, and we are experiencing relatively strong growth. But I know we are not perfect. I mean, what is perfection? Only God is perfect. That said, perfection is something we all try to achieve, and this Labour Party government is no different. We recognize as a government that we have done a lot, and the evidence of this abounds, but we know that there's still a lot more to be done for the good people of Dominica, and this is exactly what we have been doing and we will continue to do. My good people of Dominica, be assured, this Labour Party government got you. You are safe with Labour. I mean, Senator Parris tell me to say that. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a reason that in spite of all of the challenges, in spite of those exogenous shocks, be it COVID, be it weather systems, like hurricanes and tropical storms, imported inflation, this government has never been daunted. Instead, we are staying focused, keeping our eye on the prize and remembering our promises to our people, moving forward, creating dynamic Dominica. And this is what the budget was about. Mr. Speaker, we know what we are doing. We know what we are doing is bearing fruit because we can see it. Somebody was talking about what they can see. We can see too, Mr. Speaker. I have glasses so I can see even better. But, Mr. Speaker, we can see it too. And, Mr. Speaker, not just our neighbors, not just our partners, but we in Dominica, if we are honest, we too can see the development of this country. I mean, who can doubt what impacts an international airport can have on a country, especially one like ours? Or a marina, Mr. Speaker. Should you go to the north and speak to some of the young men in Pace, you can ask them if you don't believe me. Or the hotels, Mr. Speaker. Do a poll one day of those employed at any of the hotels in Dominica and let them tell you the impact of those jobs on their respective lives, their children, and the rest of their families. Mr. Speaker, what the data shows can be confirmed by the use of anecdotal evidence. Different things that people can see happening in the economy that explains the story. Let me point out the anecdotal evidence that rubbishes this suggestion that nothing is happening in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I've already mentioned in this honorable chamber that in my opinion, my biggest impact as a parliamentary representative thus far is matching people with jobs. Mr. Speaker, I am getting jobs for my people. I don't know, they can come with their list about who closed down. They're not telling you why the people closed down, if they migrate. And more importantly, they're not bringing the longer list of the new businesses that had formed. And let me tell you why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker. And that means, remember the last thing I said, I am getting jobs for my people. And Mr. Speaker, you know what that means? And that means that jobs are in fact available because they're getting hired. And in the private sector too, I must add. There's a reason why businesses are hiring people. If one would say that in some cases they are replacing people, so it's only replacing people then. So while one business is replacing someone, more often than not, that someone is going to another job somewhere else because in economics of what rational expectation, no rational person is going to give up a job and sit at home. So, Mr. Speaker, I think some people need to be a little more on the ground, but let's move on. Honorable member for the Margot constituency, I hope you were listening. I hear you mention unemployment. Try walking through some of our communities. I'm sure it's no different in your constituency. I know from my experience and from what I hear from my colleagues, you walk into a number of communities and there's no one during the working hours of the day. Why do you think? Really? Really? So you have extra eyes and so do I. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you why, because I don't know what they're breathing over there, but I know what I'm breathing over here. I'm breathing fresh air. And let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker, and I've said this before in this honorable house, and not one of them said something. You know why? Because they put it in their presentation, Jordi, today, and because I am addressing it, they're grumbling. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've said this here before, I'm sure you remember. Yes. You go through a number of these communities, including mine, and I will tell you something. There's nobody on the block in working hours. Everybody's working. Everybody's. Let me tell you what I found myself doing on Sunday. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday evening, I put a WhatsApp status instead of preparing for the house, Mola Kamete, I'm there putting WhatsApp status on my phone. My dear constituent, I remember the words, but my dear constituents, if you're interested in a cleaning position, please text, and I gave them the constituency phone number to text. Let me tell you something, I couldn't do my work now. My people were responding. And you know what was interesting? A number of them were looking for second jobs. This was actually a full-time position, 2 full-time positions that I was getting linked up for, right? A number of them wanted part-time. But Mr. Speaker, everybody in every part of the world moonlighting me, and have people in Dominica moonlighting. Everybody doing 2 jobs. And here it is, my honest people were saying to me, Miss Bing, price is high. We know it's imported inflation, it's not scary that it's not the Labour Party government that make prices go up. And that's why we put the thing in the budget saying, globally, the rate of inflation is falling. Let us see what's going to happen when we go to the grocery. So, Mr. Speaker, there are jobs available. Or maybe the members on the other side of the house is saying I'm more lucky than them. Because I have a number of people, I have an organization that's waiting to speak to me after budget for us to do something together as it relates to jobs. I don't know about them. I can tell you about me, and I'm sure if you think back in your memory, you remember I've been on this jobs thing. Mr. Speaker, that is my little niche for now. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to all of those who have helped me, and I pray they'll continue to help me to make a difference in the lives of my constituents by helping me to get them employed so they too can feel like the rest of us, independent and look after themselves. Mr. Speaker, on the same note of employment, you know why businesses operate, right? I just want to make it clear. We all know that businesses are driven by the profit motive. People only go into business to make money. Those people aren't trying to make me happy. They're not hiring my people because they want me to smile. They exist because they want to make money for themselves, their principals, their shareholders. They're hiring people because they need people. And why do they need people? I would say that some of them are clearly expanding, maybe. Because I am convinced that we're rational people in Dominica. People are not leaving jobs to go and sit at their homes, Mr. Speaker. Nobody does that. Mr. Speaker, on that same thing, I implore the other members of the House, we must be more responsible and stop deliberately painting a picture of Dominica that is not real. It cannot be because it sounds groovy to stand up and say that, oh, let's be serious about this is important, and then when you finish, you say things that you know is not true. No, we have to do better than that. We have to up our game in this honorable chamber. That is my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I wish to spend some time speaking about just a few of the major investments this government will undertake to reshape our economic landscape consistent with the theme of the budget. I quote, partnering to build the platform for sustainable growth and development, end quote. Let's consider the construction of the International Airport in Wesley, the largest capital project ever undertaken in this country, Mr. Speaker. This project is more than just infrastructure development. It is a beacon of progress, connectivity, and economic growth for our country. More than that, it represents the prospect, my new favorite word, jobs, and opportunity for our people in communities across Dominica. The international airport will also benefit the tourism industry. With an international airport, we can expect a surge in tourists eager to explore unique attractions of our country. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine when that airport opens and we see all of these direct flights from North America and Europe? Mr. Speaker, finally, people will be able to get to Dominica in 1 day. In 1 day. Mr. Speaker, again, you know what people were saying. I'm going to start to ignore some of it. Mr. Speaker, we're already seeing that the construction of the airport is providing immediate benefits to our people. It is creating hundreds of jobs. We heard the details from Honorable Grant, the parliamentary representative for the Wesley constituency.
30 more minutes. 3-0.
I'm good for now. Mr. Speaker, the nerve of some people for Parep to stand here in confidence and to say his constituency is booming, businesses at an all-time high, everybody's working, land prices are going up. Mr. Speaker, who better to give an assessment of what's going on in their constituency? But we too forward in this house sometimes, Mr. Speaker. After all, Margaret Sano, I can't believe this. Mr. Speaker, it is my intention to get on the ground with my constituents to explore and take advantage of the emerging possibilities to ensure that they too can benefit from the lucrative and promising prospects that will come with the construction of our international airport. In the meantime, through you, Mr. Speaker, I say to my constituents, let us prepare for the range of opportunities that will become available upon completion of this milestone project. Maybe our beekeepers, I have two of them in my party group, Mr. Speaker, my chairman Rivera and Ole. Maybe it is time for them to start thinking about expanding and the packaging of their product for sale at maybe a strictly local shop at the international airport. We have agro-processors in the constituency. Tremors Punch, I'm sure it can find its way on the shelf of those stores inside of the airport, as well as many, many other products from agro-processors within the Roosevelt constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'll even say, not just the airport shops, huh? Once we have direct flights, let us begin to plan. Let us get our products to the US, Canada, Europe. Mr. Shillingford, Gregory Shillingford, we started that discussion about how to get our products in North America and Europe. Let us make it happen. Let's have a follow-up discussion on this. Another major project presented in this year's budget as one of the transformational projects is the Cub Ridge Marina. Not only will this project dramatically and drastically change the landscape of the tourism industry locally, but it will no doubt quickly become a major foreign exchange earner for Dominica once built and operational. And again, Mr. Speaker, all I can see is jobs, jobs, jobs. And I dare someone to say to me, I dare someone on the other side of the house to say to me that you're not seeing jobs, jobs, jobs. This is all they say voice of Mati. Scratch, 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 scratch. I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I call on all, I'm sorry.
Yes, honorable member, take it easy, take it easy.
Oh, the senator from Margon, you don't understand Creole, no? We'll send you to a class, don't worry. Because just now, I withdrew it. I call on all Dominicans to embrace the potential that the marina holds. And let us all work together to make it a success. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about the international airport and the Cub Ridge Marina. So I'm sure you can imagine my excitement about a project that's much closer to home. Of course, I speak of the new cruise ship village to be located at the Woodbridge Bay Port in Fokole. I am rocking just thinking about the opportunities for my constituents during the construction phase and when it becomes operational. In the budget address, the Honorable Finance Minister indicated, and I quote, "A private developer is also undertaking preparatory work for the development of a new cruise ship village at the Woodbridge Bay Port. This village will cater for cruise ships, ferry services, and duty-free shopping. Mr. Speaker, you don't know. I will be monitoring and awaiting updates on that report. As I can already see, they talk about seeing, I can see too. As I can already see how it will not only transform our increasingly important tourism industry, but also my constituency in more ways than one. And as I think back of those cruise ship villages that I know in the region, I can just imagine what my constituency is going to look like. Mr. Speaker, speaking about Sports Zante, can you imagine a mini one or even a bigger one? Mr. Speaker, I'm excited and I am, I'm rocking. Yes, I'm rocking. I see the opportunities for my small businesses, for my guys in my neighboring communities. For Kole right there, people from Mount Daniel, you can come down too. Lower Goodwill, got a village, Tarish. I mean, everybody, peace, come. Good things, talk from, I didn't call all. Good things are coming your way. Your Labour Party, we got you. And thanks, Senator Paris, for making me remember to say you're safe with Labour. The Finance Minister, while highlighting the medium to long-term benefits of such a facility, indicated it will increase opportunities for investments and the growth of small and large businesses. Our small agro-processors, remember what I said about the international airport? This too is another opportunity for you. Also, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the new smart cargo port at Donkey Beach announced in the budget will surely transform that area as well, improve the aesthetic, and significantly increase the efficiency of our port operations. But I'm more interested in how it will transform the lives and livelihoods of persons. Mr. Speaker, remember the Rosa North boundary? It's right there by Auto Trade, that bridge. So that's just across from the ring. So I claim in that one too. Honorable member from Maho, we discussed this already. You know, I know you don't mind. No, Kasani don't talk for the honorable member for the Maho constituency. He doesn't mind sharing with me. We're colleagues, okay? Doesn't mind sharing with me. Mr. Speaker, I am not shy to say it. I am encouraging the people from Pottersville, Goodwill, Gutter Village, Tarish Pit, Yampis, Bellevue Road, Fokole, Stock Farm, Mont Daniel, Louisville. Let us do everything we can to fit into that significant national project. But remember too, the port used to be my constituency. Traditionally, it's from Pottersville and the neighboring communities who worked on the port. We're not letting it go. We're going with it wherever it's going, Mr. Speaker. We're going with it. Just as I embrace the construction of the Goodwill Secondary School, ensuring that my young men and women are in a place to benefit, so too we will jointly, my constituents and I, we will jointly prepare for the construction of these major projects. Oh yes, Mr. Speaker, I see jobs, jobs, jobs. Rosanov, yes. Beyond a doubt, beyond a doubt, these new projects, like I said, jobs, jobs, jobs. Jobs will be created for people who work directly in the actual construction of those projects. Jobs will be created for the people who are producing inputs for the people to work, like the people doing concrete blocks, people doing gravel. Mr. Speaker, when these people are paid, they know we'll have more money to spend on food, entertainment, on clothes, stimulating activity, and creating further employment in other sectors, Mr. Speaker. More importantly, when completed, they will facilitate diversification, future production, and what, Mr. Speaker? Even more jobs, jobs, jobs. This is how this Roosevelt-Skerrit-led Labour Party government is building dynamic Dominica. And I assure you, the people of the Roseau North, we will not be left behind. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about the advances we are making in the construction of geothermal energy plants and the transmission line stretching from Loda to Fokole. The minister responsibility for this has already shared everything. The new transmission network from Loda to Fokole, that is what I'm interested in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know what it is. I have jobs on my mind. I have been advised that a contract will soon be awarded within the next month for that project to an international firm with extensive experience with high voltage networks. I have been assured that some of the civil works will be subcontracted to local construction firms and individuals. Rosonov, let's keep our eye on that one because we are looking for jobs. Let us throw our support behind this project, especially my good people of Fokole. Remember when I stood here in May 2024 in this honorable chamber, and I said, once the geothermal plant and the new transmission lines are commissioned, what is that going to mean for you, the residents of Fokole? The diesel engines and generators that we're hearing now, those will be a thing of the past. Let us support your government. Your government has your back. Your government is looking out for you. Soon, you will soon be able to enjoy a more peaceful and quiet community for Hole. These major investments we know will revolutionize our energy sector, reduce the cost of electricity, and certainly put us on a track for growth in businesses and new investments. Jobs. Indeed, like the international airport, this is a flagship project that has the potential to change the economic trajectory of our country, and this is why your Labour government is moving forward with it. Mr. Speaker, these major projects are nothing short of amazing and speak to a government willing to make big moves now to secure the future prosperity of our people and our country. These projects are the result of visionary leadership, bold decision-making. The major investments this Labour government is making today are not just about immediate gains. They are about securing a prosperous and sustainable future for generations to come. But I will still hear gloom and doom. Espresso cafe, especially they doing it. Mr. Speaker, I urge us all in this honorable chamber to embrace this transformative journey with optimism and determination. I want to turn my attention quickly, Mr. Speaker, to two major projects in the Ministry of Labour, Public Service Reform, Social Partnership, Entrepreneurship, and Small Business Development. Mr. Speaker, this Labour government is committed to ensuring fairness within the public service, and we will continue the implementation of the organizational review and reclassification exercise. I am happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that our government has been moving with speed to implement the recommendations of the consultancy. We have prioritized strategic actions following a period of intense stakeholder consultations, which involved public officers, Committee of Permanent Secretaries, and the unions. Mr. Speaker, the new compensation structure was implemented in December. We have also commenced the reclassification structures and positions in the public service, starting with teachers, police officers, and nurses, which has resulted in the upgrade of a number of positions. I am pleased that a number of public officers, police, will be promoted and witness even more permanent appointments. Mr. Speaker, you know the Prime Minister had given that assurance that people were going to get appointed. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy to say, which I'm sure you know already, they are happening. And they're happening quickly too, huh? They are happening. Mr. Speaker, I can't move so quickly though. Over the past 20 months or so, I have been a frequent visitor at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, and of late, the Fokole Health Center, mainly to lend support to family, friends, and constituents. Over that period, I have witnessed the love, commitment, and professionalism of the medical teams and the others working at the hospital. So today, I take the opportunity to recognize them, as well as all other medical professionals, for all they are doing to get our sick well and back on their feet. Mr. Speaker, I was so excited that there's so many new positions in the nursing structure that will soon be available and facilitate greater mobility within the existing structure. To all of you who are going to apply, I wish you well. Thank you for looking after my constituents. Thank you for always, always, always being so caring, so loving. God bless you. Mr. Speaker, I must speak of the significant work being championed by my ministry along with contributions from other government stakeholders as it relates to the migration to e-services. Mr. Speaker, did you know that you can just log in right now to e-services portal from your laptop or your phone? You knew that? Mr. Speaker, eservices.gov.dm. eservices.gov.dm. Once you create your personal account, you will have access to pay for about 100 services from your device, from your phone. Let me give you a quick snapshot of a few of them. They gave me too many. You can apply for producer's license, Ministry of Agriculture, register a cooperative, Ministry of Culture, apply for the use of a government education building, Ministry of Education, apply for a broker liquor license, Ministry of Finance, apply for lease of land, Ministry of Housing, apply for service operations, Ministry of Governance. Where's mine? Apply for special license or fiscal incentive concessions license, and that will be my ministry. Apply for an immunization vaccination card, Ministry of Health. Apply for a site pass or to work in nature, Ministry of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, this portal has been designed with the focus to propel the public service into the digital age. You see how we move in and we with the times, Mr. Speaker? We're modernizing everything, you know. Don't make people fool you and say we're not doing anything, you know. You have to learn how to listen and not hear on some days. And I'm saying that's the end goal, Mr. Speaker, is to promote a new customer-centric approach to service delivery through its technology and user-friendly interface. Let's go to my Roseau North constituency a little more. It would be remiss of me not to speak of the most significant project for us, the construction of the much long-awaited Goodwill Secondary School. This project represents a substantial investment into the future of our youth, providing a state-of-the-art educational facility that includes modern classrooms, science labs, a library, computer labs, and recreational spaces. But, Mr. Speaker, we know what's going in there. Education Minister, I have spoken many times, everybody's spoken about it. What I'm interested in. Mr. Speaker, once that school is being commissioned, our new National Center of Excellence for Technical and Vocational Training will go a long way in preparing our youth, especially mine in the neighborhood, because it's not far for them to walk to. Our youth, it's a national thing, like I said, for those exciting opportunities that the transformational projects will provide. We getting ready because we on a platform. Up we go in, Mr. Speaker. It's a springboard. All of these projects in this budget is our springboard because we go into that higher growth path. Dynamic Dominica is almost at our reach. Mr. Speaker, for me, the construction of the Goodwill Secondary School is more than just a building project. It is an investment in the intellectual and social capital of my constituents and the youth in general by providing them with the state-of-the-art facilities for a technical and vocational center of excellence. I am sure that this Labour Party government, which I am proud to be a part of, is definitely delivering on its promises to lay the foundation for a brighter and more prosperous future for our young people. Mr. Speaker, I'm elated beyond words to be directly associated with this project, and as usual, I lend my full support to the lead minister, the Minister of Education, and her team to see the successful completion, opening, and operation of the new school in Goodwill. Mr. Speaker, I can't end this short discussion on my flagship project in my constituency without expressing my sincere gratitude to the government and people of the People's Republic of China. A true friend indeed. This government, the government of the People's Republic of China, has stood with us, Mr. Speaker, and has stood with us for a long time and allowed us, 20 years for sure, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is reminding me, and has allowed us to make tangible impacts, tangible progressive moves as it relates to building our infrastructure. And to them, I say a big thank you, especially for my school. Thank you on behalf of the constituency. Thank you for what you've done for us as a country, and certainly thank you for what you're doing in my constituency. I also want to recognize and thank the contractor, Caribbean Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, for their commitment and speed to deliver our new school. Mr. Speaker, allow me to turn very briefly to the National Employment Program, which has been in the spotlight following false claims about the future of that program. Thankfully, during the Prime Minister's last press conference, July 15, 2024, he set the record straight. This is what the Prime Minister said. I quote, "I want to say to the Dominican people that the NEP is playing a crucial role in the advancement of the country, and there are different components to it. If you should ask me, the beautification and cleaning is one of the most important tasks, and I will be the first to accept, and we've started the process of examining the NEP with a view to improving its efficiency. I believe that through efficiency, we can reduce the cost of the NEP, but not necessarily reducing on the NEP in any significant way. We will continue to examine it and we will improve it." Mr. Speaker, this Labour government continues to put people first. We understand the importance of that program to so many of our single mothers and other persons in the respective communities. I recall when that rumor started that the Labour Party was going to get rid of the NEP program. I got so many calls from single moms, nervous. "Ms. B, what are we going to do?" And I assured them, "Your Labour Party, we've got you. We've got you, because we know this is their only source of income." Mr. Speaker, in this country, we really should be more sensitive to the plight of others and not cause emotional stress to persons simply for political advantage. To all of my NEP teams under the beautification programs, I have 3 groups: Fokole, Stock Farm/Tariff Street, and one in Yampis. Those in the community assisting me with constituents, those within the public service and the private sector, I applaud you for the hard work that you do. Your PAREP appreciates you. Your government appreciates you. Mr. Speaker, there are too many names to call, okay? All I can say to them is, keep shining. We appreciate your hard work and we appreciate you. Mr. Speaker, I have identified the major transformative projects in this year's budget that we are confident will create that platform. In discussion of each, you would have noticed, I tried to take some time to point out how it would impact on my constituency and what was there for my constituents. At this point, I wish to share through you, Mr. Speaker, that the Roseau North constituency office has moved to a new central location at 30 Federation Drive in Goodwill. Mr. Speaker, you can't miss it. It's like three lots down from the credit union in Roseau. We did a post on Facebook, we did via WhatsApp status, and we included it on our flyer once we commenced our uniform and books program. So a lot of people may be aware of it. But in the event you are not aware of it, my sincere apologies. We're at 30 Federation Drive, and we're waiting to welcome you. Maybe I can take the opportunity through you, Mr. Speaker, to let them know we can also be contacted on telephone number 295-1118. My dear constituents, this is your office, our office. Do come visit us. The new location will allow us to offer new services, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, I'm excited about
5 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honorable member gets an additional 15, 10 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Minister be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, you are given an additional 10 minutes. Your mic, yes.
Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the new location will allow us to offer new services. And this is one of the things I'm excited about again. Mr. Speaker, from my presentation today, and before this in this honorable chamber, you know what I have on my mind: jobs, jobs, jobs for my people. We are in the process of creating an innovation hub with 15 computers, thanks to the support of the NTRC. Before going further, I want to convey my sincere appreciation to the board of the NTRC, the executive director and his team, for their guidance and their support, and equally important to my two colleagues, Honorable Grant and Honorable Lockhart, for their support in this initiative. In July 2023, the staff of the Digital Transformation Project, shout out to those who facilitated me, my friend and former colleague Robert Tong and Dr. Jermaine Japierre, they organized a town hall for me for Work Online Dominica, which was very well attended. I remember that interest, and Mr. Tong is willing to work with me so that we can find a local person within the Roseau North constituency to help facilitate some of that training. My dear constituents, we are going to give you opportunities to earn more money from your home. Mr. Speaker, I am doing that for my people because everybody needs extra income. Thankfully, we have great resource people within the constituency to assist in other training programs. I have my Chairman Revere, Merita Hyacinth, and Ms. Ole. They have all offered and agreed to assist in organizing and facilitating training programs at the hub. We will also begin discussions with the adult education unit as well. Before I go further, I wish to place on record my thanks to my team for your ideas, your energy and time to create that space, which I am confident will build skills and make our people from the Roseau North constituency even more marketable. Following the election, Mr. Speaker, I was approached by a couple of people regarding training programs that would help to uplift the people of the Roseau North constituency. From the reintroduction, of parenting programs, Mrs. Spear, you were the first one to talk to me about it. That's going to be our project in this fiscal year. From the reintroduction of parenting skills, to introduction to computers to make people more marketable when they go for job interviews, to preparing people for job interviews, Mr. Speaker. As I am told that is a challenge. One of the people who partner with me to get jobs for my people, one of them has mentioned interview skills is an issue. I know when I first started, I did some with my constituents. I think I need to bring it up a notch because I have not done it recently. I think I need to put on some programs. Once we are through our uniform and school program, we need to start organizing some of those training sessions. My dear constituents, I am open. I'm open to hearing from you what training programs you think will benefit you as well. For Kole Fishers, your project is in the budget in this fiscal year. I was assured last week at a meeting chaired by the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and the Honorable Minister for the Blue Economy that their PIU team discussed the project with you, my Fokole Fishers, And they came back and they told me, you agreed to the scope. The project is going to include the retrofitting of the existing facility to accommodate a fish vending area. These are the details I was given. Replace existing eastern doors and windows to the front entrance with a shutter that looking like the rows of fish trees. That sounds exciting. Erection of concrete workstations for fish preparation. We are moving on up. Necessary plumbing and electricals, the normal, and the construction of an office and storeroom. Once those designs are ready, we are coming to you to show them to you, don't worry, because we're moving forward with that project. Honorable Defoe has already agreed. We're going to come to talk to you as soon as those designs are ready. And guess what? I've taken this one on as well. I will be meeting with the Ministry of Agriculture once a month. There's a group of us with interest in these projects. Once a month, we're going to meet to make sure we can deliver to you, our fisher folks, in the Forkot Lake constituency. But you know, we need to start thinking bigger. We need to start thinking of creating a fish fry event, something that adds value to the fish. My friend Derrickson Charles, let's discuss this. Let us make it happen. Honorable Speaker, housing, no, we have our own thing too. Housing remains one of the main challenges in my constituency. And I was so happy when my sister, Honorable Skerrit, in her presentation, she has no idea the copious notes that I was taking. Thank you, Madam Minister. I am happy to report to my constituents that the budget includes an allocation for the rehabilitation of post-Maria housing. My constituents were coming to you. She's smiling and nodding her head. This is all you needed to know. Thank you, Honorable Skerrit. Be assured that I'm already in discussion even before now with the minister and her permanent secretary on this. We also heard from the Honorable Minister for Housing that funds are available so that we can ensure the complete eradication of pit latrines. I know I still have some in my constituency. My constituents, we have a new and better organized office. Stop by. Let us know if you need help. If you have a pit latrine and you need us to help you with that, come talk to us. We'll set you up. Honorable Minister, thank you for that. We need it, and we look forward to working with you as one of our projects. We agreed yesterday we're going to do something. That'll be one of our projects we'll work together on. Thank you. So my constituents, come visit us. I will work for you, continue to work for you. Mr. Speaker, we'll also undertake some small projects to address drainage issues in a few areas, including Pottersville, while implementing a few programs geared at assisting the vulnerable among us. I know my time is running out. Let me quickly congratulate some people in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to the small business owners who benefited from the digital grants. And I want to say to the other small business owners, let's keep our ears on the ground.
8 more minutes, so you have some
I'll
time.
finish quickly.
8 more minutes.
There's more money to be had for small businesses to modernize their businesses. Once that information is available, I'll put it on my Facebook page, put it on our WhatsApp status. So those people who don't hear it on the news, hopefully will hear it. I will also see if we can get some flyers when people come to the office, we can share that with them as well. Mr. Speaker, the last carnival season was big for us in Rosenhof. As you know, our very own Kiana Dyer from Mont Daniel captured the coveted Miss Dominica title. Really? And we wish her all the best. Although I am confident that she's going to return from Antigua with yet another prestigious title following the Miss Stacy's pageant. We also celebrated with Princess Blanchard, whose dad is from Pottersville. So we're claiming her too, her father from Pottersville. So we're claiming her too. As well as the first runner-up, our Yampi's princess, Miss James. I want to congratulate our Lapo Cabot star from Gutter Village, Davidson Dede Charles, who was recognized and received a Golden Drum Award last weekend. I also want to congratulate Merita Hyacinth, someone in my executive, Rosa North executive, who was elected as JCI West Indies president, the first Dominican to hold that position. Mr. Speaker, within the constituency in the upcoming fiscal year, as I end, Mr. Speaker, permit me through you to say a big thank you to my Rosa North team, the members of the executive, other committees, office staff, and all those who reach out to me daily, not just to say hi, but also to send me love and prayers. I pray that the good Lord will continue to bless and guide all of you. Honorable Lockhart wants me to add her to that. May the good Lord bless and guide you always also. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Honorable Pinard for his continued invaluable support in the ministry. Together, we are moving the ministry forward. Allow me to thank PS Gloria Joseph for her leadership and other senior members of staff, A.O. Baptiste, Acting Commissioner of Labor, Frages, Deputy Labor Commissioner Packett, Ms. Ambo, and the rest of the team who have worked together for the last fiscal year to ensure our successes. I certainly look forward to your hard work and continued commitment as we move to a new budget year. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt of my unwavering support to this budget. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Lloyd, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, good afternoon and salutations to you and every parliamentary colleague on this momentous occasion. Permit me the opportunity to extend warmest greetings to the wonderful people of the Great St. Joseph constituency, the majority of whom, Mr. Speaker, have given me the greatest honor of my life serving in this august chamber. Honorable Speaker, I beg for your indulgence to refer to my notes intermittently, Mr. Speaker.
Permission granted. Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by congratulating and praising the Honorable Minister of Finance for a stupendous job presenting this fiscal year's budget, Mr. Speaker. I stand to espouse all the fiscal measures proposed in this budget address, because I can confidently and certainly say that they are going to engender significant and profound benefits for Dominica and for Dominicans everywhere, Mr. Speaker. And just to say to the Honorable Member of Finance, for you, Mr. Speaker, that we on this side of this Honorable House, and the vast majority of Dominicans, are all very proud of you for the level of leadership that you have displayed by meticulously tailoring these plans and in a creative way, Mr. Speaker, putting these measures forward, obviously with the support of the Honorable Prime Minister and the rest of Cabinet, in an effort to circumvent all of these challenges which continue to affect Dominica and the rest of the world, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this budget offers a comprehensive overview of government's financial policies and plans. It is not just a presentation of numbers, Mr. Speaker. It is a transparent and honest conversation that we are having with the citizens of Dominica about the nation's economic health and the plan moving forward. In a truthful and relatable manner, the address acknowledges the economic challenges that Dominica faces, such as the ongoing recovery from natural disasters, Mr. Speaker, the need for infrastructural development, and the impacts of global economic shifts. And the truth is, Mr. Speaker, as the minister before me said, there are some people who has an issue when we speak about climate change, and has an issue when we speak about natural disasters affecting our country. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, these are not excuses that we are making. No, this is the reality that natural disasters have impacted our country in terrible ways, Mr. Speaker. When we speak of Tropical Storm Erika in 2015 and Hurricane Maria in 2017, these aren't just things that we dreamt about. These are actual events that occurred. And not only did they occur, Mr. Speaker, but they impacted our economy exponentially, Mr. Speaker. Over 300% of our economy was impacted by these two natural disasters. Because I don't know if we forgot, Mr. Speaker, but in 2015, after the advent of Tropical Storm Erica, we were only able to drive on one side of the Hillsborough Bridge because the other side was completely compromised. And for the most part, we had to spend millions of dollars to construct the other side and to reinforce the bridge. I'm not sure if we can remember $9 million, significant sum, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if we can remember, but when driving to Makushri, the Makushri Bridge was completely gone. The same is true for Kulibishri, Mr. Speaker. And we used to use that bypass to commute to Kulibishri. I remember the first time going to Kulibishri post-Tropical Storm Erica, and the once green and luscious community and vibrant was left in ruins, Mr. Speaker. Majority of the homes were impacted, filled with debris, Mr. Speaker. Frowns on people's faces and tears, and I could feel the emotion, Mr. Speaker. I remember going to Bells, Mr. Speaker, and there was no bridge there. We had to jump over rocks and try to cross a river to get to Bells so we could bring food for people to eat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and there are some people who don't want us to speak about these things. There are dozens of Dominicans who have lost their lives, brothers and sisters, children, aunts and uncles, mothers, fathers, and there are people who don't want us to speak of these things, Mr. Speaker. Ah, Magwe, sir, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. I withdraw.
You don't know Magwesa in English. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, and you know, sometimes I get emotional speaking of these things because I don't understand how we have Dominicans losing their lives and people are not speaking about these things. And people don't want us to speak about these things. Want Dominicans to continue being ignorant on these issues. I spoke about these 3 bridges, Mr. Speaker, or 4 bridges that were devastated during those tropical, those weather conditions, natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, the monies that we used to construct or reconstruct those bridges could have been invested in something else. So take, for example, Mr. Speaker, if we spent over $30 million to reinvest in an asset that we already possess, it keeps something else behind. So take, for example, every single farm road in the St. Joseph constituency could have been repaired, could have been constructed, Mr. Speaker. The Kawam Road could have been reconstructed 3 times over. The road in Atley could have been constructed in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. The Glogomere Road in Bells could have been constructed in its entirety, Mr. Speaker, at least 2 times over. The road under Layu Cliff would have been constructed, and the list goes on and on. So there are a mountain of challenges that we could have solved with those monies, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is those natural disasters did happen, and that is the fact, Mr. Speaker. That is a fact. So I believe that Dominicans everywhere need to stand up and fight. Join the fight, Mr. Speaker. We need to join the fight. And now more than ever, I have to continue to fight for this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, what you may not know is that pretty soon we're going to have a brand new citizen of Dominica. If you know, you know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, Mr. Speaker, the only way we can fight climate change is to be prepared to go at war with climate change, Mr. Speaker. And let me explain what I mean, because there are some people who are malicious. I'm not speaking about going and shoot the hurricane, Mr. Speaker, or body slam the tropical storm. No, that's not what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is, we as a people need to increase advocacy when it comes to those more developed countries contributing to climate change, to take responsibility and ownership for their actions and inactions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it irks me to know that we Dominicans had to bend a knee. We had to bend a knee, Mr. Speaker, and really get ourselves to a position where we have to beg, not beg, but ask, depend on the international community for food and water, basic supplies, Mr. Speaker. And we were in a position where we're dependent on others to provide these things. And yes, we are appreciative of the assistance we received. But this is no fault of ours, Mr. Speaker. It was thrown on us. And we must extend our gratitude to countries like the People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China, Mr. Speaker, have been all throughout. Tropical Storm Erica, they were there. Hurricane Maria, they were there. COVID-19, they were there. For the past 20 years, they have always been there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they epitomize the saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed, Mr. Speaker. A friend in need is a friend indeed. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I must, in an unwavering say, that I espouse the one China policy. And I believe in the peaceful unification of all of China, and that Taiwan and Hong Kong are inalienable parts of China, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19. I was at the epicenter of the outbreak of COVID-19 in Wuhan, Mr. Speaker. I was in Wuhan when COVID-19 started, and I saw what became of the Chinese economy. It affected the Chinese economy like every other economy on earth, Mr. Speaker. I saw thousands of people dying every day. And the same hospital that is being lamented on every day, that they are lambasting every day, is what saved over 70,000 people in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. The 15,000 people they said that would have been killed due to COVID-19 was saved by this very same hospital, Mr. Speaker. And it would be remiss of me to speak about this and not thank the brave warriors who put themselves in harm's way, Mr. Speaker. The doctors, the nurses, and all of the medical staff out there, Mr. Speaker. They did a stupendous job, a phenomenal job, Mr. Speaker. And that is the truth. And this budget, we have to repay them. So what this budget speaks about is creating new positions, as the Honorable Minister just said, for nurses and other health care practitioners. And what you're going to find happening is that the salaries are going to continue to increase in an effort to keep our professionals in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, this Dominica Labour Party government, is a proactive and prudent government. We are forward-thinking government, Mr. Speaker. And the vast majority of Dominicans have subscribed and adopted our fundamental principles. Forward we go, forward ever, backward never, Mr. Speaker. Which is why the vast majority of Dominicans, Mr. Speaker, will continue to ensure that this Dominica Labour Party-led government administration remains in office to continue the great work that it has done and continue to do for the people of Dominica. And they will vote us for a plethora of reasons, such as for the completion of the international airport, the investments made in education, for the cruise village, the cargo port, hotels, the roads enhancement project, improvement in housing, the geothermal plant, the $127 million that has been invested for the completion of the East Coast Road, the 6 schools that are currently being constructed, and very importantly, Mr. Speaker, for placing Dominica on the right trajectory towards reaping true financial prosperity championed by our hero and leader in the person of Prime Minister Honorable Roosevelt Scarry. Forward ever, Mr. Speaker, backwards never. There is a saying, Mr. Speaker, that when it rains, it pours. And that saying is usually attached with a negative connotation. But in the case of Dominica, especially in terms of infrastructural development, we're receiving showers of blessings in Dominica. In the terms of infrastructural development, it's attached with a positive connotation. And we're receiving showers of blessings in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Yeah. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that Gola Plika Tobe in Dominica, and I'll translate that one. A lot of rain is falling in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, education is the foundation on which the future of our country is built. And this government administration has educated hundreds and thousands of young people, young Dominicans all over the world, myself included, Mr. Speaker. This government has completely transformed the educational sector, and that is the truth. Sometimes you have to give Jack his jacket, and this Jack has educated many, many, many people. Mr. Speaker, and I say this with all sincerity and all modesty, Mr. Speaker, but I too am a product of receiving a scholarship from this government. The government at the time understood that my family did not subscribe to the ideologies of the Dominica Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. But irrespective of that, the Prime Minister recognized that I had a desire to build my country and look past politics, Mr. Speaker, and provided me with an opportunity whereby I could have furthered myself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say this to say that there may be young people listening to me right now. And it is my admonition to these young people to exploit the opportunities out there, because there are opportunities out there. Your political affiliation is not going to prevent you from getting these opportunities. No, it did not prevent me. And look at me today, Mr. Speaker. And I say this with all humility, Mr. Speaker. There are some of those who believe that everything is negative. And they have some high-class jobs, high-class paying jobs, Mr. Speaker, working in banks, and they are engineers. But they will come here in this honorable chamber and say to the young people of Dominica that opportunities are not available for them. Mark way, sir, withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, that is what you call wickedness. Mr. Speaker, in St. Joseph, the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, in the last fiscal year undertook a project at the Caleb John Laura Primary School. And this project led to serious benefits in terms of educational quality for our students. Mr. Speaker, throughout the constituency, we have engaged at least 40 or so NEP interns to serve in the different schools. And ever since, we have seen tremendous increase in the performance of our students. And I am very proud, Mr. Speaker, to highlight the performance of Kenji Del Sol, a young student who was an island scholar at the last common entrance examination. And he did exceptionally well. And though I cannot garner all of the credits, Mr. Speaker, if not most of the credits, I can confidently say that with the resources that were provided in terms of teachers and the improvement of the facility at which he learned, Mr. Speaker, they definitely contributed and attributed to his success. So a young boy who lives in Mero, his mother is a very hardworking woman, a teacher. And I know that his family support meant a lot to his success. And I must recognize in a similar way the performance of Kenaya Philogen, who attended the Western District Seventh-day Adventist Primary School. She did an exceptional job, Mr. Speaker. I think she placed F on the island at the common entrance examination. You know, and I must commend the teachers and staff at the Western District Primary School, who also did an exceptional job. In the upcoming fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, we plan to fence the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School. The Honorable Minister for Education made mention that 200,000 US is being allocated to fence 3 schools, namely the Castle Bruce Secondary School, the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School, and the Massac Primary School. So we will certainly benefit from this, Mr. Speaker. And no matter how small the amount is, I know I can pull a young man from the ghetto and tell him, hey, go on this little project. You can save at least $40. You can save $50. You can do something with it. That is the truth, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of the international airport, some people say we speak about this too much. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, we don't speak about this enough. We don't speak about this enough, and I must commend the parliamentary representative for the Commonwealth of Marigot's constituency, Mr. Speaker, when he said that this is the most...
There is no Commonwealth of Marigot. Marigot constituency. Yeah, so let's leave
Point
that
taken,
alone.
Mr. Speaker, I was wrongly advised.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am very happy when the member mentioned that this is the largest and most expensive. This was the most expensive, or is the most expensive project currently ongoing in CARICOM, Mr. Speaker. He's certainly correct. And this is the first time I have heard this member being so accurate and truthful in his deliberations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we ought to advocate for the manifestation and completion of this airport, because what this is going to do is it's going to create more agricultural markets for us. More markets means more demands, provoking an increase in supply. So for example, Mr. Speaker, Corvin Charles, who is a prominent farmer from St. Joseph, would need to plant more white potatoes in order to satisfy the demands for the folks in the UK. Because we have found a market, let's say we find a market in the UK. So right now you need to purchase an extra vehicle. You would need to hire more employees. So it is having a trickle-down effect. More people will be working. More young men will be off the streets. More people will be actively engaged. And Corvin Charles will be making more money, Mr. Speaker. In a similar way, Lipson Marshall, who is a fisherman from St. Joseph, will also be able to sell more fish. In France, they may want to taste our delicacies that we have here, type of fish that we catch here in Dominica. So Lipson Marshall right now would have to purchase an extra boat from Bert Lee in Layu. So Bert Lee is going to receive money from Lipson Marshall. And right now, Lipson Marshall has to catch more zoffie and more redfish, Mr. Speaker, so he can ship all the way to France. And in less than 10 hours, the catch that Lipson Marshall made would be on a table in France, Mr. Speaker, and a French family will be enjoying this. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the sort of opportunities that the international airport is bringing to us in Dominica, which is why we have to continue to advocate for the completion of the international airport. Ask us in Meru, a very prominent businessman. He just recently ordered a bunch of beach chairs. Right now, he has to go and quadruple the amount when the international airport comes through, Mr. Speaker. He has to quadruple the amount because there are going to be so many people in Dominica. Even as we speak out of season, there are so many people in Meru. After the manifestation of the international airport, what do you think is going to happen, Mr. Speaker? My only fear is that we don't have enough capacity and resources to give to the people's demands. That is my fear, Mr. Speaker. People are going to be making so much money. Access is going to become a millionaire, Mr. Speaker. Because tout le monde can visit Dominica, Mr. Speaker. All sorts of people are going to come to Dominica. I remember growing up as a boy, whenever I see a foreign person, a certain group of people, I would always think that they have a lot of money. Whenever I see them, I would see the US dollar. And we are going to see many, many, many more of them, Mr. Speaker. And they will be coming with the US dollars, the sterling pound, the euro, and they are going to bring it here in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And that's what's going to come with the manifestation of the international airport. That's what's going to come. And Mr. Speaker, some people lament all the time and talk about things hard, things this, things that. Mr. Speaker, the truth is we are living in trying times. The world is financially challenged. The other day I received a call from a very good friend that told me her rent was increased from £1,000 to £1,300, just like that. Cost of living is going up. Inflation is on an all-time high. But this is not the fault of just America or the UK or Dominica, no. These are existential threats that affect the entire world, not just unique to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. But some people try to make it sound as though only Dominica is experiencing these trying times. No, that's not true. Everywhere is feeling it. But the brilliance and the beauty of this budget shows us that irrespective of all of those challenges, we are proposing something that is going to circumvent and cushion the impact of those existential threats, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased to announce to this honorable House that I was advised in a strong way that as of next year, it is the intention of this government administration to complete the road from York Valley Bridge to Sultan, Mr. Speaker. And my...
10 more minutes.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Gloshu. Mr. Speaker, that's fine for now. My admonition to the young people and to the people of my constituency is that you take advantage of this opportunity. You exploit the opportunities that it is going to bring. If it means you put yourself in debt, you put yourself in debt and you go out there and you purchase land. You purchase land in the Layu Valley area. Because the truth is, from the very first day an excavator is brought up there, the price of land is going to increase exponentially. So you purchase land. And I am more than certain this government administration will help you, especially if you're trying to get into an Airbnb business. My admonition is that we dirty up there with Airbnb, Mr. Speaker, and hotels. Because once this road is completed, to complement the international airport, this area is going to become an economic hub in the St. Joseph constituency. It is going to attract opportunities for investors and hoteliers and provide opportunities in tourism. And I know that the Minister of Tourism, knowing the type of person that she is definitely going to explore the opportunities this area has. Because we're speaking about river tubing. You can make investments in river tubing, Mr. Speaker, and hiking, and the list goes on and on and on. It is going to require a gas station. and it's going to attract a lot of development, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, there is also an existing hotel, which is going to attract a lot of businesses, Mr. Speaker. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, this area is going to act as the main entry to farm roads in the Lai Valley area. So it's also going to see a huge farm boost in that area as a result of the construction of this road, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to have a lot of traffic. A lot of tourists will be commuting on that road to and from the international airport. And that is the truth. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Minister of Finance made pronouncements that we are going to do some farm feeder roads in this financial year, and it was going to be done through the Ministry of Public Works, I looked at the Honorable Minister, and he was smiling, he was very happy. And then when he heard the inclusion of the Cowham Road and the Atley Road, he became a little bit nervous because he knew that the parliamentary representative responsible for those areas is going to be on him like a tick, Mr. Speaker. And how did I describe myself last time? A sunfly? This sunfly has promoted into a centipede, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to ensure that we get those roads. And I want to thank the farmers in the Cowham area and in the Atley area. They have been extremely understanding and patient, Mr. Speaker. Very understanding and patient. Very understanding, because they understand, of course there are reasons. They understand what times we are living in, that this is not a Barbie doll world. So of course there are reasons they understand. Of course there are reasons they understand, Senator Reid. There are certainly reasons that irrespective of all of those massive and mammoth projects that we are working on, Mr. Speaker, to achieve, we are still making allocations for these projects. We have not forgotten them. And when these roads are completed, we are going to see more young people going back to their farms. So I want to thank them for their patience. Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, we'll address the road failures throughout my constituency. So for example, directly opposite the ITSS bus stop, this road failure right there is going to be addressed. Over $900,000 or so for this project. This is going to ensure that at least a dozen young men will be able to come off the streets from St. Joseph and actively engage in something positive, making their little monies, Mr. Speaker. It's also going to increase the safety of that area. In Penrise, over $600,000 or so will be invested to address the road failure there. In Layu, over $100,000, and the list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. Tremendous mention was made by the Minister of Housing. I know she is listening about housing in St. Joseph. And similar to the Minister of Public Works, I know that the Minister of Housing heart is beating right now, Mr. Speaker, because we are coming for our homes. And I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy for the St. Joseph constituents. So we are elated for the duplexes and the homes that we receive in the St. Joseph area. And the particular area we are going to put those homes, Mr. Speaker, are going to almost immediately solve the challenge that those individuals are going through. And we'll continue to assist with housing repairs in other parts of my constituency, Mr. Speaker. So we are definitely getting our piece in the pie. It is very encouraging that huge cadre of young people, young professionals, are applying for land in the Hillsborough Gardens area, Mr. Speaker. The area oversees the majestic St. Joseph and Mirror Beach. This is, and land there, lots there are being sold at highly concessionary prices, Mr. Speaker. These are lots that the bourgeoisie and negocios would otherwise purchase, Mr. Speaker, being sold to the common man at very reasonable prices. And I must thank the Honorable Minister for what she is doing for the people of St. Joseph and the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. History will certainly remember this minister in a positive way, Mr. Speaker. In a very positive way. Mr. Speaker, last year, the Committee of St. Joseph hosted the Honorable Darren Lloyd Football League, Volume 1. It was a very successful league. The young men of my constituency got an opportunity to display their skills and talents and to amplify the skills and talents that they already possess. And in certain parts, to discover some skills and talents. The Georgia team was a victorious team, Mr. Speaker. But if you were to ask me, the entire constituency won that league because everybody benefited as a result, economically and otherwise, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to invite this honorable House on Sunday at 4 o'clock, this Sunday, to the Bollarama, the opening ceremony of the Honorable Darrell Lloyd's League, Volume 2, Mr. Speaker, in memory of Jameson Fruits Defoe. And I must use this moment to recognize and extend my sympathies and condolences to the family and friends of Jameson Fruitsy Defoe, Mr. Speaker, who lost his life in a very tragic way. May his soul, Mr. Speaker, and the soul of all the faithfully departed rest in eternal peace. Amen. Mr. Speaker, let me comment on the National Employment Program. I'm almost done, I'm wrapping up. National Employment Program. First and foremost, the National Employment Program is here to stay, Mr. Speaker. Currently, 4,044 interns are engaged under the National Employment Program, 1,345 of which are males. 2,699 interns are females, which means that 67% of the interns engaged under the program are women, Mr. Speaker. And Honorable Blanchard spoke about what would happen if they lost their jobs. Majority of that 67% of interns are single mothers, Mr. Speaker. And that's the truth. And we have divisive forces and opposition forces advocating for the end of that program, Mr. Speaker. Where is our moral? Where is our morality, Mr. Speaker? How can we advocate for a program like this to shut down, Mr. Speaker? How are children going to eat? When these individuals are working very hard and making an honest living to feed their families, and we are advocating in this country for the shutdown of the National Employment Program? Magwe Sa, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, I know of a number of individuals who were employed or engaged under the National Employment Program, who are now big men in society today. Neon Charles was engaged as an intern. I learned that at some meeting. He was engaged as an intern at companies and intellectual properties office. Today he works in the Ministry of Labor as a senior officer with the responsibility for the regularization of foreign nationals, right? Work permits. Mr. Speaker, we don't even have to leave this honorable chamber. Look at Senators Loggart and Roll. They started off under the NEP. Look at them today, Mr. Speaker. Big bosses. Mr. Speaker, as I'm on my feet, I would like to compliment my NEP teams for the fabulous job that they are doing. And all of the supervisors for the level of leadership that they continue to display, Mr. Speaker. My partner Loon, who is known as Leon, and Laurel Charles, and Brian Ofer, and Norrin Esprit, all phenomenal individuals, and they take their job very seriously. So I must recognize and compliment them for the great work that they're doing. In terms of constituency empowerment, Mr. Speaker, we continue to do what we can in this faction of the ministry, Mr. Speaker. Over this past year, we have engaged on a number of projects and programs. Every constituency office has all of the resources that they would need to otherwise function. And I know that all of my parliamentary colleagues, inclusive of the members for Marigot and Salisbury, are very happy that the funds or the stipends for the constituency offices had increased by 100%, Mr. Speaker. 100%. 100%. And I visited the office of the member for Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, what a luxurious office. What a comfortable office. And I must commend the honorable member for ensuring that her people are safe and comfortable when they come to our office, Mr. Speaker. Under this faction, Mr. Speaker, we have embarked on...
1 more minute.
5 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the member be given an additional 5 more minutes to complete his presentation.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Lloyd be given an additional 5 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You are
Speaker.
given an additional 5 minutes,
Thank you very
Honorable.
much. Mr. Speaker, and under this faction, we have embarked on a community farming project where we gave vegetable and fruit seedlings to over 200 families across Dominica, Mr. Speaker, and 6 schools, inclusive of constituencies in the east and the St. Joseph constituency. And the vegetable seedlings included watermelon, carrots, seasoning pepper, bell pepper, hot pepper, cabbage, lettuce, eggplant, and others, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, through this program, I remember giving a few trays of seedlings to my dear friend Guiv in St. Joseph. And he was very appreciative to the point that he brought back a very big watermelon to me, Mr. Speaker, very huge watermelon. 3 times the size of the biggest head in this honorable chamber. And Mr. Speaker, I will not call no names because that is not my style. That is not my style, Mr. Speaker. So my friend from Marigot can be at peace. I will not call any names, Mr. Speaker. So but we also provided training for various farm groups in several parts of the country, Mr. Speaker. We supplied, Mr. Speaker, 5 primary schools and 1 secondary school with vegetable seedlings, seedling trays, seeds, and other farming tools to aid the agriculture and school feeding programs. So we are playing our parts in Grand 4 and River Syric. The parliament can tell you that we invested over $30,000 to complete the Frail drainage project. That was offset due to the passage of Hurricane Maria in 2017. So, Mr. Speaker, in this fiscal year, during this fiscal year, the backyard farming program shall extend to the families and friends and schools, in the southern and western constituencies, while continuing support in the eastern constituencies. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my presentation, I want to firstly thank the good Lord for his mercy and his grace, and for providing me the mental fortitude to serve my constituents, Mr. Speaker, in an effective manner. I also want to recognize a few instrumental individuals and groups who have been very profound to my development. First and foremost, the Honorable Prime Minister, the people of the St. Joseph constituency, Minister Kozia Frederick, Permanent Secretary P.S. Blackmore, and the rest of the staff at the Ministry of Environment. My mother and my aunt, Mr. Speaker, who have been phenomenal, His Excellency Martin Charles, Mr. Isidore and Mrs. Royer, and last but not least, Miss Tisha Grant and His Excellency Kelvadaro, Mr. Speaker. Oh, additionally, Mr. Speaker, my St. Joseph Constituency Association, the young and vibrant LYO, or LWO, and every other person and organization whose name is too numerous to mention, Mr. Speaker. So with these few words, I stand in complete solidarity with the budget as proposed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, I recognize Senator Laurie Victor. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, before I commence, I'd like to ask permission to refer to my notes, please.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to this fiscal year 2024-2025 budget with the theme, Partnering to Build a Platform for Sustainable Growth and Development. It is an honor to be here today, standing in this honorable house as a young lady advocating for the people during these difficult times. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate another young lady who never gave up on her people and made history in Dominica by becoming the first ever female Kalinago chief. Madam Annette Stanford, congratulations on your victory and good luck as you take on this journey of representing your people in the right diplomatic way. Your exceptional victory has proven to us all that the power is in the people and not by the people in power. Stand with your people, get those sticks,
Beat those drums, for it is indeed women's time. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Ms. Marva Williams on being appointed the role of the new CEO of Discover Dominica Authority. Embracing your prior impact on the tourism industry can only entice the people of Dominica for the future plans of Dominica, especially the World Queer Music Festival, after witnessing intense disappointment over the past 2 years. Your absence was felt, and it's a pleasure to have you back, and we look forward to your contribution not just to the island, but to the tourism aspect of it all. Special congratulations to the Dominica Football Club, who, as we speak, are representing the community and Dominica by extension. Dubla Football Club. Dubla Football Club. Okay, the Dubla Football Club, and I repeat, the Dubla Football Club, who, as we speak, are representing the community and Dominica by extension at the Caribbean Football Union Club tournament in Curacao. As of last night, they are now in the semi-finals, winning all 3 of their matches played. Sport is a victory, and I am calling on the government to take a page of Dubla's Football Club and the people of Dubla and invest properly in the youth and sports. Mr. Speaker, as we take a look at this fiscal year budget, I would like us to keep in mind the importance of a budget. A budget is needed for financial stability. Having a budget keeps you from overspending and underspending respectfully. According to the World Bank, who generously finances us yearly, a stable financial system is capable of allocating its resources appropriately, not allocating monies towards projects and leaving them untouched, but actually allocating monies for these projects and ensuring that it is done and the monies are spent. Yes. Once again, this fiscal year budget draft has left me with more questions than answers. How are we as a nation going to build a platform for sustainable growth and development with this mishandling of funds and clear misleading of the people whom we are supposed to represent? When a budget is created,
The member is implying improper motive.
withdrawn. When a budget is created, it is expected to assist one in the execution of projects and the spending of funds. Yet, time after time, we have seen the underusage of budgeted funds, resulting in failure to begin and complete investment projects. True. Mr. Speaker, what is really going on in the state of affairs of this blessed land? The overall draft estimate of this fiscal year, 2024-2025, is a budgeted $1.6 million. Out of this $1.6 billion, our growth engines get the following percentages overall. Agriculture, 3.8%, health, 5.5%, youth, sports and culture, 1.5%, education, 5.8%, tourism, 2.3%. Add them together, Mr. Speaker, it does not add up to 20% of this budget. If we look at the past budget estimates, we will see that time after time, the percentages for our growth engines are the lowest. Our priorities are in the wrong area. Then to top the small percentages allocated to these ministries, the monies are never spent effectively. Yet, the member of the Mao constituency stood before this honorable house and sang, "Woy, woy, woy, something's happening." No, Mr. Speaker, by the looks of the contents in this book, everybody failed to go through this book.
They don't read it.
He should have sung, "Woy, woy, woy, nothing is happening." But I can't blame him. 80% of the members on the other side do not know the contents of this book. Amen. It is high time we stop feed our people this fairy tale on paper and get to the ground and actually do the work. I've heard some members say that it is a process. Yes, we are quite aware that it's a process, but it seems like this process is never ending. According to the member for the Grand Bay constituency, these are some difficult times and more work needs to be done. And I would love to place emphasis on the word more. If we are indeed going to stick to our budget scheme for this year, we need to do better, plan better, execute better, and actually get the work done. We need to allocate more funds to these key ministries, and the ministers responsible should ensure that the monies are spent and the investment projects actually begin and finish in a timely manner. I am calling on these ministers to stop focusing on affairs that do not concern them, but instead focus on the proper execution and completion of projects budgeted for, and to also focus on spending the monies allocated to their ministries instead of leaving money unaccounted for. Stop it. Mr. Speaker, again, this fiscal year budget address has left me with more questions than answers. After listening to the Minister of Finance's budget address on Friday, including other ministers who have stood before this House giving their full support to this budget draft, all I can conclude is wow. Look, great ideas. Great ideas which would indeed make Dominica a sustainable country. But I am afraid that these are only dreams and not reality. Dreams I hope will eventually come true, but with the looks of it, I believe this current administration is filled with numerous Sir Martin Luther King. They all had a dream, Mr. Speaker. Dreams we the people are looking forward to coming true to create this sustainable growth. But for now, it looks like a lot of back and zero bites. It looks like a lot of empty promises. I call on these ministers to stop filling the people empty promises and come through. That way, the Minister of Health can actually sing a calypso next year and sing of the great works done within his ministry and his administration. And people can also sing this calypso with good heart and not one taken for weezy, Mr. Speaker. Huh?
Weezy.
I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, another observation with the budget address brought before this House is the number of projects mentioned in the Minister of Finance address, which has no mention of in this budget investment breakdown. By the looks of it, we are still in campaign mode. And again, I will repeat the words of my dear friend, a member of the Grand Bay constituency. These are some difficult times and more work needs to be done. And this needs to be done especially in our growth engines. If we look at the Ministry of Tourism, one of our key areas responsible for sustainable growth, only 5 out of 12 investment projects which were budgeted for in the last fiscal year of 2024 and 2025 had money spent. This means that 7, more than 50% of these investments projects were left untouched. Zero work was done. Zero. Magwesa. But you know, Mr. Speaker, it is a process and it is coming. One of these projects includes the famous Vendors Arcade, which is now called the Vendors Market. If I recall clearly, the Vendors Market has been in the talks for some time now. Last fiscal year, a total of $500,000 was budgeted for, in which $0 was spent. This year, an additional $500,000 is once again allocated towards the Vendors Market. And I can assure you, we will return next year and it will remain the same, undone and untouched. As last year, we are still awaiting a time span for this project and allocation. But yet again, Mr. Speaker, it is a process and it is coming. It has been well delayed and the current location and setup for the vendors does not create a good image on our tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, on the Bayfront, as soon as the museum is closed at 4, the vendors have no washroom facility to use. Our question is, if I lie, I'm lying after a vendor.
Keep going.
First impressions are a lasting impression. Our natural aspect is already doing all the work for us. It is time for the infrastructure aspect to speak loud and proud. As I make mention of our country's natural features, I would like to make mention of a few accolades received over the past year. Dominica has been named one of Reader's Digest 20 Best Honeymoon Destinations, Travel and Leisure's 50 Best Places to Travel, BBC's 10 Sustainable Travel Destinations to Visit in 2024, New York Times 52 Greatest Places to Travel in 2024, number 5 on Travel and Leisure's list of the 25 best islands to visit around the world. Yes. Thank you, God, for allowing our natural features to be embraced tremendously so that we can receive these recognitions. We can only now imagine the greatness we would do if our infrastructure aspects were up to par.
Amen. Yes, that is it.
During the last budget, one of the main questions to the Minister for Tourism was, where is the money? This question came from the fact that only 11% of the budget was spent, but this year it was different. 78% of the budgeted funds were actually spent, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. When I saw that, I was so excited. I went straight to this book. I said, what my girl working? Let me go and see what she's doing. As soon as I got to page 13 of this budget estimate book, all my excitement disappeared. I was disappointed. I saw a lot of blank spots stating that these projects did not have any work done. So my first thought was, where was this money spent? How did we arrive at this percentage? Lo and behold, $15.4 million out of a budgeted $20 million was spent on the extension of the runway at the Douglas Charles Airport. That is $2 million more than what was budgeted for last year. See why I say this budget left me with more questions than answers, Mr. Speaker? Because in the same book, the same budget book that is delivered to us to study and prepare for budget debate, the extension of the runway is mentioned there once again for $6.5 million on the ongoing projects. But yesterday, before this honorable house, the Minister for Tourism stated happily that the extension of the runway at the Douglas Charles Airport is completed. Some people will say that is bubble, but I would never say that, Mr. Speaker.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Mr. Speaker, during the Minister of Finance budget address on Friday, he mentioned the cruise village at the Woodbridge Bay Port. However, there is no allocation made in this budget book for this project. But I would love to see this investment fulfilled. This is a great project to build sustainable growth and development. But before we do so, let us get rid of the flower garden, aka Labas, our cruise passengers see as they arrive. That is a step in being proactive and not reactive. Moving along, Mr. Speaker. Before I go further, I would like to inform the public of what is meant by sundry expenses. Sundry expenses are infrequent, unpredictable, and unusual costs that are typically of small value. So you mean to tell me $15,041,000 are for unforeseen expenses in the tourism sector? $15,041,000 unforeseen. So one can only conclude that we really don't know what we are doing in the tourism industry. But I would never say that. I would conclude that my dear colleague, Honorable Pemberton, is being sabotaged by the people she trusts. Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at community tourism. The village of Salisbury has one of the most beautiful beaches on the West Coast and holds great potential in being one of the top tourism beaches in Dominica. With investments such as the CBI-funded Hotel Tranquility, along with other hotels in the area, the Waiti Kubuli National Train being accessible through the Salisbury Heights, the freshwater lake in the heights of Qualiu, the rich soil found in the constituency of Salisbury, and much, much more to offer. The community of Salisbury on a whole holds great potential in boosting the tourism sector. We have already seen Salisbury Beach being recognized for its true potential day after day. Mr. Speaker, just last month, the biggest beach party was held on the Salisbury Beach. Special thanks to the organizers of Tropicini for recognizing the true potential of the Salisbury Beach. Special thanks again to the organizers of the Poker Run, who will again have one stop at the Salisbury Beach coming August. The private sector has already come on board. So I am standing here today asking the government of Dominica to come on board as well. Imagine a yacht regatta every Easter on the Salisbury Beach, commencing on Wednesday, going right into Easter Monday. 6 days of fun activities, everyone benefits.
Yes.
An increase according again, I love quoting my dear friend from the Granby constituency. I love this, I also love quoting him. An increase in the tourism sector increases consumption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, You may realize that my entire presentation today was on the Ministry of Tourism and the tourism sector. This is because enough is not being done in the tourism industry. The tourism industry, which makes a significant contribution to our economy, has been battered. Related sectors such as transport, sports, and entertainment have been hit very hard. The T20 tournament, which was cancelled, is one example of sports tourism taking a blast.
Yes.
Against this backdrop, the question which lingers is, have we conducted a price-based competitive analysis for our island? By doing so, we could thoroughly evaluate and review our tourism industry, especially as we attempt to sail for these and other challenging times. We can't sit here and be complacent of doing the same things in an attempt to look pretty, Mr. Speaker. We need to look at the tourism sector extensively, taking into consideration available human resources and structural components. There is now the immediate need to reassess and reposition.
Amen.
The plans for tourism development in this year's budget focuses heavily on sundries, $15 million again, a clear indication that there is still no plan. Far from the first step, let alone a low-hanging priority. This is not nearly enough to grow the full potential of the tourism in the foreseeable future. Despite our small population, benefits of tourism in our local economy remain stratified over the last 20 years, with few businesses benefiting and with minor trickles to the ordinary man. We need to ensure a fair wealth distribution from tourism. This can be achieved through identifying new eco-sites around the island and actually improving and enhancing existing ones so that new clusters of businesses can emerge. Empowerment of local communities to develop and market Dominican-centric products to promote in-country spending, like Salisbury again, for example.
Yes, your constituency.
Provide grants and concessionary loans for the upgrading of small hotels and villas and assisting them in developing programs for advertising and marketing. During COVID, many of our people were opted for scale hotel accommodations. The proposed intervention is the only way we can assure that the tourist dollars gets into the pocket of the ordinary Dominican and not just in the pockets of a selected few. Mr. Speaker, we need to expand our approach on how we can grow tourism in Dominica and move past the idea of merely improving physical structures.
True.
As I come to an end of my contribution to this fiscal year budget debate, I would like to repeat something Honorable Minister of Finance stated during his budget, and I quote, "Tourism is everybody's business." Though this may be a true statement, I would also like to quote something I was taught at the Dominica State College and also at Monroe College. Tourism is everybody's business, but not the business for everybody.
Yes, Honorable Akia Joseph, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition to present my contribution to this budget debate for 2024-2025. And it is certainly an honor to address this honorable house today on matters of great importance to the development of a dynamic Dominica through partnerships with youth in agriculture, agricultural educators, agro-processors, and the beloved constituents of the Pebush constituency, Kalibishi, Benz, and Zime, and Solda, and Pebush. Mr. Speaker, while unlike Honorable Lloyd, I cannot promise that I am going to introduce a new citizen. I am working on it and I'm taking notes. Mr. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would like your permission to refer to my notes as I unpack this presentation momentarily, please. Thank you.
Permission granted.
Thank you. To my colleagues, my senior minister, Rui Andifo, and to the Honorable Prime Minister, who I know is listening, to those joining us via the radio and the live stream, good evening to you all. Mr. Speaker, as we focus on engendering an environment for the emergence of new partnerships, building on existing ones, and reinvigorating those that have lapsed over the past years, I stand here to pledge my commitment to the building process for sustainable growth with our principal partners, our families, our communities, our political party, and our country, Dominica. Mr. Speaker, each year, our government presents a comprehensive 12-month financial plan that either initiates new ventures designed to develop a dynamic Dominica or continue funding those initiated in previous fiscal periods. And Mr. Speaker, there is no need to reinvent the wheel because the wheel has been rolling and it has been rolling well. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to let the ones who say that we sound like broken records know that the reason why we sound like broken records is because our vision is clear and defined and our mandate is steadfast. So if we did not achieve it last year, we'll come back to the House to achieve it this year. Mr. Speaker, further down in my presentation, I will attempt to define or explain what a budget is actually about. But before I do so, I want to take a moment before I continue to address the youth, sincerely, seriously, directly, and candidly. We cannot continue to say that nothing is happening when we ourselves are not making anything happen. Get up, start up, and do something instead of doing nothing. Stop making excuses, stop looking for someone to blame, stop doing nothing, and start doing something. Mr. Speaker, we focus now on the critical linkages or partners that we must embrace to ensure a solid foundation is laid to sustain the growth outcomes that are expected, reducing poverty, increasing employment and economic growth, and generating income and wealth in Dominica. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I stand in full support of the budget for the period 2024-2025, flawlessly presented by Dr. Irvin McIntyre under the theme, Partnering to Build a Platform for Sustainable Growth and Development, and I added Realizing the Dominican Dream. Mr. Speaker, I entered the political ring at the tender age of 23, representing a large group of partners often referred to as the future of our country. We recognize the critical role we must play in supporting partnerships designed to work toward the development of our country. As all successful partnerships require, each partner makes a unique contribution to the actions required to achieve this desired goal of a dynamic Dominica. Many critics often highlight the youthfulness, inexperience, and missteps characteristic of youth, particularly youth in politics. I stand today as a political youth to encourage other young people to take their rightful place in the development partnership ably led by an experienced, strong, and progressive Labour Party. We can become great partners in climate change mitigation and adaptation. We must engage our youthful resources in actions that will protect our nation so that we will have available the safe, secure, and resilient nation that will be passed on to us when we become the adults in the room. We can become vocal partners, advocating for changes in selfish attitudes, for engaging in creative pursuits that maximize the use of our talents and skills, and for ensuring that we provide support, encouragement, and model behaviors that direct youth in more legitimate enterprising activities. Mr. Speaker, this honorable House is filled with youthful energy, exemplified by our political leader and Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, who continues to model youthful experience in the stewardship of our country. Over the years, The Honorable Prime Minister have built up individuals like me to take on responsibilities that would appear insurmountable to the faint-hearted. And as a strong, knowledgeable partner, he has modeled countless of my constituents, PAL reps, and community leaders, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. This is the level of partnership Dominica requires to build a sustainable, resilient economy that allows everyone the opportunity to build wealth and generate income. And Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I put the question before this honorable House for deep introspection. We speak a lot about the youth, but how many young people have you reached out to? How many young people have you motivated? How many young people have you inspired? And how many young people have you extended your assistance to? Mr. Speaker, each month, as the self-proclaimed Minister of Agro-Processing and Youth in Agriculture Affairs, I witness the emerging youth as we expose them to two of the most promising sectors critical to national development. They are best placed to pursue investments in one, agro-processing, and two, agricultural production and develop services that will transform our society. While we think we cannot talk youth into becoming farmers or fishers or laborers, we are taking a different approach to engage youth as partners in advancing better nutrition, better health, a better environment, and a better future through investing part of their time in agricultural science and agribusiness. We are working in partnership with the Dominica State College Administration to rethink, refocus, and rebuild a thriving agricultural program that attracts youth throughout Dominica and the region, and to change the negative view of agriculture that has persisted for so long. Our efforts over the next 12 months will focus on developing partnerships in all of our schools to ensure that agricultural education is given particular attention. We aim to set the platform for the emergence of agri-entrepreneurs over the coming years and erase the negativity associated with the production of healthy food in Dominica, and to continue our fight against the deadly NCD's pandemic. Mr. Speaker, our agricultural programs at the ministry are most effective for partnerships. We have partnered with local farmers to address the vexing problem of farm access roads, with annual allocations made to gradually improve our farm road conditions. For instance, the hills of Calibishi Ridge, Donkey Rest, and Savanpai are ongoing substantive improvements to allow farmers better motorable access. We have partnered with marketing agencies, specifically the Dominica Export-Import Agency, DEXIA, to reduce the burden of long waiting periods to receive payments due to the sale of fresh produce. We look forward to expanding this partnership with a wider range of crop farmers to include traditional crop producers and agro-processors this year. Mr. Speaker, we have initiated action to address the issue of farm labor supply, a global issue that has plagued agriculture for decades. We have partnered with our international friends such as the Chinese Agricultural Technical Mission, Cuba's Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Japanese, the Moroccans, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. Last October, we participated in the Caribbean Week of Agriculture Forum, and as proposed to CARICOM, we are initiating a partnership in the recently developed and launched Regional Economical Agri-Insurance Program, or REAL. This historic initiative, developed in partnership with Lynch Caribbean Brokers, Raincoat, and Guy Carpenter, will provide parametric insurance to crop and livestock farmers and fishers. Next month, Mr. Speaker, we will host the very first OECS Symposium for Youth in Agriculture at a cost of over $300,000, where our youth, students, and young agricultural professionals will have a platform to share their experiences, challenges, and successes, and develop plans and programs to address the specific challenges limiting youth participation in agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, while I am on the Youth in Agriculture Symposium, allow me to attempt to break something down for my dear colleagues. My area of expertise is not really finance, but I am sure I understand how a budget works and what a budget is and what a financial plan is set out to do. So every month, I'm not sure if anyone here does a budget, but you say, this month I have to do this, I have to pay this bill, I want to get this, I want to take care of that, and I am making arrangements for unforeseen expenses. What you have to do every month is consider your recurrent expenditure. So you must pay your bills, you must buy food, you must take care of your children. And what you intend to do is your investment expenditure. You want to get a new pair of shoes, a new bag, you want to do your hair, you want to get your nails done, you want to put your susus, your, help me, or your eyelashes. And then there are expenses that you did not plan for. Unforeseen expenditure. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, sometimes a budget or financial plan is drawn up and we do not spend the funds because we stumbled upon whatever other means and we get it done. So for example, the Youth in Agriculture Symposium was not reflected on our budget because of the skills and connections that we have at the Ministry of Agriculture. We didn't need to tap into government resources for our symposium. So, for example, our symposium got contributions from the OECS, $168,000, PISLM, $33,000, WOS, $16,000, ICA, $51,000, and FAO, $26,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this honorable house is serious business. And we are developing partnerships with the Ministry of Education and Extension Services to ensure that there are active school farms and school gardens at our secondary and primary schools. This will culminate in a national school garden competition that will build awareness and appreciation for agriculture among the school population. 13 schools with over 19,000 plants and an energized and buzzing student population will engage in agricultural activities. Since last year, all extension staff had to dedicate at least 10% of their time to our program, Helping Out Our Primary Schools, or HOOPS, a partnership initiative developed in Dominica since 2006. This initiative is being reintroduced as part of our agricultural education program for our primary and secondary schools. The Irrigate and Educate program, first introduced at the community high school last October, is a prime example of a partnership program that seeks to promote innovation in school agriculture, ensuring that students are exposed to modern agricultural technologies. Mr. Speaker, agriculture must become entrenched in our school curriculum. Therefore, there is no better approach than to partner with educators in developing school farms, supporting school feeding programs, and preparing a novel school agricultural syllabus designed specifically for Dominica and the OECS region. And Mr. Speaker, I sat intently listening to the Minister of Education while she made her contribution last evening. And she mentioned the school feeding program. And one of my colleagues made a comment along the lines of the minister mentioning the school feeding programs and schools not having food and children having to pay for their meals and meals not being available. Well, I do not know about the senator, my colleague, but in the Pebush constituency, I've adopted all of my school feeding programs, and every single day, every single child have access to a hot meal at no cost to their parents. So what I may advise, I probably am not in a position to advise, but what I may advise the senator is for her to consider doing the same. Because we are here not to lament on problems, but create solutions and represent the people and represent them well. So, Mr. Speaker, by prioritizing agriculture in our schools, we'll teach students invaluable lessons linking food production with our health and economy, while instilling values of hard work, responsibility, and environmental stewardship at the earliest stages of life. We also continue to foster strong partnerships within the agro-processing sector. In April of this year, we launched a $5 million agro-processing development program with 151 applications submitted to date, 86 having been qualified and approved. We are currently concluding the verification process in the North, Northeast, and South, and will begin the rollout of the resources to these beneficiaries as soon as this process is complete. This program shall provide support in the form of equipment and packaging material, critical resources required to foster growth in the sector. By supporting our agro-processors, we strive to strengthen the agricultural value chain such that it can contribute more to sustainable economic development. With the majority of agro-processors classified as youth entrepreneurs, we are gradually forging healthy partnerships between youth in agriculture and the agro-processors. Our youth are becoming more open to experiences with new technologies and adapting emerging technologies to enhance productivity and profits. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the progress and strides we have made in this ministry. The Agro-Processors Development Program includes support for producers of local juices and support to value-added industries. Additionally, we allocated $8 million for the rental of facilities for manufacturing and agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, we speak a lot about the coffee processing plant, but my ministers and I have no doubt, and we can boldly say that the machinery and equipment is on island, and all of the necessary paperwork have been done with the contractor to ensure that this coffee plant will begin operation soon, Mr. Speaker. The agro-processing industry will play a significant role in our annual GDP and our goal of contributing 700 million by 2030. We have a database of over 200 registered agro-processors, 91% of them being youth. While some businesses may close due to viability issues, others open because they are profitable and relevant. Funding opportunities are available at the Aid Bank and other lending facilities for startup and expansion of these businesses. So I encourage everyone who has an interest in agriculture or agro-processing to take advantage of these funding opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we have also introduced an agro-processing and post-harvest grant with over 100 processors and post-harvesters benefiting from machinery, upgrading of facilities, and training opportunities. And speaking of training, 37 young agro-processing businesses will benefit from a 3-week training in China this coming August. And we speak about investments in our youth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has made significant investments in agriculture and agro-processing. We continue to support young people involved in agriculture through backyard and school gardening programs, with over 50 schools benefiting and participating. And I must say that the Bells and Dubla primary schools are exemplary participants. Our work with the schools through the White Potato Program teaches children sustainable and alternative planting and growing methods. We are also collaborating with the National Association of Youth in Agriculture, NAYA, to relaunch the association and to review existing legislation, procedures, and structures. NAYA's very first AGM will be this coming August. We will also be hosting, as I mentioned before, the inaugural OECS Youth Symposium from August 7th to 9th, with enthusiasts both locally and regionally. This symposium aims to provide a platform for these young people in agriculture to share their experiences, to share their challenges, and to let us know what their successes are. It will foster networking opportunities, inspire and motivate our youth, and highlight the importance of agriculture to our economy and society. Mr. Speaker, our 5th C, cannabis. In our ongoing efforts to diversify and strengthen our agricultural sector, we have made significant strides in the development of the cannabis and medical marijuana industry. This emerging sector holds immense potential for transforming our economy and providing new opportunities for producers, consumers, and agro-processors. Over the past year, we have diligently reviewed and refined our regulatory framework to ensure a robust and sustainable cannabis industry. Our focus has been on creating a comprehensive and transparent system that supports local farmers and entrepreneurs while ensuring consumer safety and product quality. By solidifying these regulations, we are laying the foundation for a thriving industry that will attract investment, create jobs, and generate sustainable revenue for our nation. For our producers, the cannabis industry offers a new and lucrative crop, not new to us. but new to the market, providing an alternative to traditional agriculture and the opportunity to participate in a high-demand market. Consumers will benefit from access to safe, high-quality medical marijuana products, which can offer relief for a variety of health conditions, Mr. Speaker. Agro-processors stand to gain significantly as well, with opportunities to develop value-added products such as oils, tinctures, edibles, and so much more. Mr. Speaker, the potential transformation of this sector is profound. With the right support and infrastructure, Dominica will position itself as a leader in the regional cannabis market, driving economic growth and fostering innovation. This industry will not only create direct employment opportunities, but also stimulate ancillary sectors, including research and development, tourism, and education. As we continue to advance our efforts, we are committed to ensuring that the benefits of this industry are felt widely, promoting sustainable practices and inclusive growth. We look forward to the positive impact the cannabis and medical marijuana industry will have on our nation and its people. Mr. Speaker, our primary priorities at the ministry: agriculture, the blue economy, youth in agriculture, and education. We are committed to addressing the challenges and seizing the opportunities in these sectors. By engaging the youth and educators, we are laying the foundation for a sustainable and resilient agriculture sector that contributes significantly to Dominica's development. In my constituency, we are actively supporting agriculture through the Let's Go program, providing seedlings, training, and input support to youth and backyard gardeners across the constituency with the support of the 1 Mile Agricultural Station and Ministry of Agriculture. We are also investing in our young people involved in agriculture and agro-processing. I want to thank once more my ministers, Roy and Difo, for their ongoing work and support within the ministry. As a junior minister, the guidance have been invaluable. And to the staff across the length and breadth of the ministry, I say thank you. I also want to recognize and highlight the agro-processors currently operating and producing in Dominica, including the Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit. Our nation is on the cusp of a significant transformation, driven by monumental projects such as the International Airport, the geothermal project, Cabrit's Marina, the cable car project, 5-star accommodations and restaurants, the digital economy, the cruise village, and community tourism development initiatives. These projects are not just infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. They are the lifeblood of our economic future, creating a ripple effect that will benefit every sector, particularly agro-processing and youth engagement. The ongoing developments across our nation are set to bring profound benefits to agro-processors and the youth, creating avenues for growth and opportunity. The construction of the international airport will revolutionize the export process for our agricultural produce, allowing a more faster and efficient access to international markets, thereby increasing the profitability of our local produce. These ventures will offer entrepreneurial opportunities for our young people, from tour guiding to establishing service-oriented business, fostering economic independence and innovation. The development of 5-star accommodations and restaurants will provide a stable market for premium, locally sourced ingredients, benefiting our farmers and agro-processors. One of the transformational projects we are embarking on is the Future Housing Initiative. This project is specifically targeted at the youth of our country. It aims to provide affordable, modern housing solutions that cater to the unique needs and aspirations of our young people. By offering accessible housing, we are not only addressing the immediate need for shelter, but also fostering a sense of stability and community. This initiative will revolutionize the way we live by creating vibrant, sustainable living environments that support the growth and development of our youth, ensuring they have a solid foundation to build their futures upon. Mr. Speaker, in my community, we are actively pursuing projects that highlight our commitment to development and prosperity for all. The comprehensive rehabilitation and maintenance of the Kalibishi Farm Road, with similar efforts to commence soon in the Pebush community, will improve access to farmers, reducing transportation costs and enhancing the market reach. The Antime playing field is lit. And this project will enhance the safety and usability of the field for community events and sports, fostering a sense of community and well-being. The 16 housing unit project at the Asiplat Pebush is nearing completion, providing much needed housing to our residents and contributing to improved living standards. Continuous investment in community tourism in Kalibishi through ventures like Nets of Reef, Blackbeard Goat Milk and Cheese, Red Rock Cuisine, and Seacliff Gin and Guest House highlights our unique offerings and creates sustainable economic opportunities. Our leading farmers and young entrepreneurs like Diles Warrington, Marcel and Nestor, Nickel Joseph, young fisherman Luke Isaac of Ansolda are making tremendous contributions to our local economy. Entrepreneurs like Nikita Tuse, Rahil Paul of Pablo's Blends, and Jensen of Jen's Enterprise are also driving our communities forward. Our sports teams, including the BA Sharks Basketball Club of Benz, the Lakia Joseph Red Rock Bramblers Cricket Club of Kalibishi, the Lakia Joseph Kalibishi Football Club, and the Eagles and Snipers basketball teams of Pebush have made exceptional contributions to sports in our community. Wellness initiatives like the Saturday Zumba and wellness sessions in Pebush, hosted by Mikhail Farrell, will soon be extended to our communities, continuing to promote health and fitness. Mr. Speaker, the two most crucial projects in my constituency, the Anzime Jetty and the Shodia Pool. For decades, we have spoken. For decades, we have worked. And I can safely say that we are making progress. The Anzime Jetty, providing much needed services to our friendly islands, our friendly French sisters, will soon come to fruition. We'll commence the Shodia Pool Road, which will significantly enhance infrastructure and accessibility in Benz, Anzime, and Solda. The Pebush Water Project, set to begin under the BNTF project, and the Benz water supply upgrade will address critical water needs in Pebush and Benz. The construction of the Kalibishi Primary School has commenced with full community support, and in 24 months, we will see the realization of this vital educational institution. These initiatives reflect our unwavering commitment to the development and prosperity of our constituency, ensuring that every individual, from child to elder, can benefit from the opportunities being created. Mr. Speaker, while the government has its national mandate, we as individuals have our responsibility to our health, wellness, education, and business. There is money to be made and opportunities to gain. There is something for everyone, and the pie has just over 70,000 plus pieces, a piece for every single citizen. Remember, a good plan today is better than a perfect plan tomorrow. The $1.6 billion budget is a testament to our commitment to progress despite global uncertainties and local challenges like inflation, climate change, and increased energy costs. We are forging ahead, planning and sacrificing today for a better tomorrow. Our priority remains the people of Dominica, especially our young people, and I implore them to seize the opportunities available. We'll continue to champion our social programs like the Yes We Care and the National Employment Program, the non-contributory pension, and the public assistance programs, among others. These initiatives are the bedrock of our social support system, ensuring no one is left behind. I extend my gratitude to the Pebush constituency, LYO, my constituency association and other constituency groups, my village councils, the elderly groups, the youth groups, and development committees. A special congratulations at this time to Honorable Rosalind Paul on receiving the Golden Drum Award for outstanding contribution to our culture. She has been a stalwart in the Pebush constituency, and I want to thank her once again for her unwavering support over the past 18 months and beyond. I also congratulate Priscilla Paul on her special recognition at the Golden Drum Awards for her contributions to our culture and her role in the Pebush Cultural Group. Mr. Speaker, patience is bitter, but its fruits are sweet. These words encapsulate the essence of our journey towards growth and development in the Pebush constituency and Dominica by extension. Our collective patience and perseverance are now bearing the sweet fruits of progress, as evidenced by the numerous ongoing projects and future plans that promise to transform our communities and uplift our people. Mr. Speaker, I extend my full support to the 2024-2025 budget estimates presented by our Honorable Minister of Finance. We extend our gratitude to the Dominica Labour Party, the government of Dominica, and our partners for their dedication to advancing our country, our people, and our country. Our commitment to the young people of Dominica is unwavering. Let us continue to work together, harnessing the power of partnerships to build a resilient and prosperous Dominica and realize the Dominican dream. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Senator Edwards.
I stand
You may proceed.
to give my full
I
support.
like the energy and passion
contribution.
there.
Huh?
I like the energy and passion. Oh, yes, you may proceed.
Budget. It's a budget that was well put together by Honorable Minister for Finance, Irving McIntyre. It's a budget that is put together at a time when the world is undergoing very serious challenges. We have our supply chain challenges, there are wars going on, climate change, and the Minister for Finance put a budget together for Dominica. He did not do it because he told me in Creole, less people can wait on our cell tet. Meaning that knowledge doesn't remain in one brain, only one person's brain. So he went around and he did what we consultations. He consulted with the public. He held free consultations in the public at the State House. He listened to the public. He got their opinion, and he took their expert advice, plus what he had in his mind, and he sat down and put a budget for the people, by the people. Mr. Speaker, when I look at this 2024-25 budget, I see in it a piece for everyone in Dominica. And the minister knew that he is making this budget, putting it together for the people. That's why he consulted with them. And Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has been under the microscope, it seems, over the past year. It is a ministry, Mr. Speaker, that we commended during the COVID-19 virus pandemic. And the COVID-19 pandemic, we must remember, was a health pandemic which trickled down to every other aspect of life. But first and foremost, we must remember it was a health pandemic. And this government, in fighting COVID-19, had to improvise and put a good plan in place, as we all remember. We must remember that when the COVID-19 pandemic was first announced, we were given a very grim prognosis by some people. Some people thought that we were going to have 10,000 deaths and 5,000 deaths. I must say that, probably looking at the world trends at the time, they said if the first world countries could have so many deaths, then Dominica will surpass that. But no, the Prime Minister put a war cabinet together. So he decided to fight the COVID-19 pandemic just like he fights the natural disasters. So he had NEPO for disasters, he put COVID-CO for the COVID-19 virus. So he formed that disaster committee as he saw it then, because based on his experience in fighting the natural disasters, he adopted the same method for the COVID-19 pandemic. And we all remember that quite a lot of effort was put in place for this virus. So I'm saying that to take into context what the Ministry of Health had to do. So, because we cannot measure progress with the amount of money you have in your pocket at all times. It depends on where you were then and where you are now. That is what we see. And there was money earmarked for other projects. The Minister for Finance at the time, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, could have go ahead and do what he had to do with that money. But he decided no, it was redirected to Portsmouth. A hospital was put in place. Hotels were rented. Private homes were rented, Mr. Speaker. Free food was given. There was staffed. Transportation free. You remember all that? Lots of money was spent there by the Ministry of Health. We were the first country in CARICOM to receive vaccines. We had so much that we had even given some to our brothers in the Caribbean. We were the first and only country that could do our COVID-19 testing in the Caribbean then. And everyone knew what the Ministry of Health could do because there were dedicated staff, it was well managed, and that is what we did then. Mr. Speaker, this government came into office in the year 2000. And we have to see and measure and tell ourselves where the Ministry of Health was then and where it is now. The Ministry of Health in 2000, when this government came into office at the Princess Margaret Hospital, then there was no ICU, none. We had a hospital being run with some small wards. We had a hospital being run with limited diagnostic instruments and equipment. We had a hospital being run ill-equipped, generally speaking. The Prime Minister and the government decided that they are going to build a new hospital. And some people thought it would never happen because they had never seen a hospital built on an existing hospital before. We went ahead and did that. And Mr. Speaker, the Princess Margaret Hospital then is now renamed the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. There is an ICU there now. There was never an ICU before. We must remember that. Now, we have a dialysis center where you can do dialysis. There was no dialysis center before. Or the one that was there was ill-equipped. We have over 10 machines now where people could do the dialysis in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the diagnostic equipment at the time, some of them were non-existent. We can recall that to do an MRI, you had to travel to the neighboring islands. You had to pay your passage, pay your accompaniment with you. You had to go to the hospital and pay plenty money in the neighboring islands to do an MRI. Today, you could do an MRI at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital for a small amount of money. It is affordable, it's available, Mr. Speaker. You can do your CT scans at the hospital. HIFU. So diagnosing is now done in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the hospital MRI machine last year, 1,394 MRIs were done at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. 1,394. I must repeat that. Imagine these people had to go to Antigua or Barbados. They would have to, like I just said, pay the airfares. They would have to bring somebody with them and then pay that money in Antigua. That money now remains in Dominica. There was no hassle. It is done here. Nice. Mr. Speaker, as of June 11th, 2024, 463 MRIs have been performed at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. And CT scan last year, 3,685 in 2023, and 2024 so far, 463 CT scans has been done at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. A hospital that people criticize and they give the impression that it is doom and gloom there. Everyone has a right to know what is happening in the country, Mr. Speaker. The hospital is well equipped, and Dominica can boast, Mr. Speaker, as having one of the best healthcare systems in the Caribbean, without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. Mr. Speaker, the eye clinic, thanks to the Brenda Strafford Foundation, we have an eye clinic. It is second to none in the OECS. Second to none. And you know, you have heard some of our notorious people in Dominica say that they visited there and how well the staff received them. Operation was done and could not have seen, but now they can see. And I am sure there are many stories like that in Dominica, where people can go to the Dominica China Friendship Hospital and get care. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot always measure our progress as the amount of boulot l'argent we have in our pocket. We must see where we were then. I mean, the amount of money, bundles you have in the pocket. You must see where you were then and where you are now. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has been moving forward in the right direction. The central medical stores, I have heard stories too, Mr. Speaker. We have to put these things into context. We're lacking supplies at the ministry, at the central medical stores. There are no tablets for this, there are no tablets for hypertension, Mr. Speaker. I visited there 2 weeks ago. I was told there was no bandages. And when I arrived at the hospital, at the central medical stores, there were bandages galore. Bandage galore. In fact, we could even donate to our neighboring islands. So I'm asking, and so sometimes there are times people go to the hospital, and probably because there is not an item present at the time they are there, it makes it appear like there's none. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is a government that takes the people's health very, very seriously. This government takes the people, because we know that our health is our wealth. We all know that. And at the ministry, the Minister of Health at the time was the Minister for Public Works, I must say. And he too played an instrumental part during our COVID times back then. And the Minister for Health, is doing his best, and he has a very dedicated staff. We must commend all our staff, our nurses. You heard Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams commended, and she said what the nurses, because we are now augmenting the nursing service. They're now augmenting, bringing up the standards, and there is room for upward mobility in the nursing service. There's upward mobility in other areas of the Ministry of Health. And we are not only limiting it to the hospital, Mr. Speaker. Primary health care. Primary health care, we see it as a preventative measure. If you have a good primary health care system, as we all know, you will prevent what could take you to the hospital and other secondary health areas. And this government went on and built 13 new health centers all over Dominica, Mr. Speaker. This is to make it accessible. So you could go to the health centers and you could do your blood pressure checks, you could do your blood sugar checks, and you could be captured right in your village and treated instead of not having access to it. And when you find yourself with symptoms, you know what can happen there. And this government is proactive. We did not wait. The government did not wait for anything. They took action and put the healthcare in all the villages in Dominica for people to have access to healthcare. And this government must be commended because we know what NCDs are doing in this world. There is an NCD pandemic in this world. We know that the NCDs are our biggest killers worldwide: heart disease, diabetes, hypertension. And because of that, a coordinator was put in place. Dr. Andy Sentile is doing a brilliant job. Yes, Granby. He was put there and his staff to coordinate the NCDs, so we could take action against these problems. And not only action against when it happens, preventative measures. That is why Dr. McIntyre, our Minister for Finance, put some levy on sweetened drinks. That's a preventative measure, Mr. Speaker. We are attempting to take action before it reaches the level of treatment. And we at the Ministry of Health will take action and move forward with our NCD program steadfastly. And we are asking the Dominican public to sit, think, and realize that we have to take care of our health. We have to watch what we eat. We have to have a good exercise regime. And we have to try to do preventative measures against our health. Mr. Speaker, I listen to the budget, and it's not only the Ministry of Health that is going to be benefiting from this budget. There are several other areas in this budget that is going to be of great benefit to the Dominican public. And we should take our time and read that budget. Mr. Speaker, we know about our development first in this island. There was never an airport before, an international airport, I must say, jet airport. And this airport is the flagship and the transformation project in Dominica's history, Mr. Speaker. This because we know what it's going to do to our tourism sector. I've heard that before from my colleagues. It's going to help our agriculture sector, our export sector, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, it is going to just bring our economy to a level where it has never been before. And it hurts me sometimes when I hear people in Dominica are trying to speak bad about a project like the International Airport, Mr. Speaker, knowing full well that this project is beneficial to every single Dominica, not only Wesley, not only Marigot, people in the east, people in the west of Dominica, we all are going to benefit from this, Mr. Speaker. Right. Mr. Speaker, we know what education is, and you know that there are schools being built, 6 schools, in fact, being sponsored by the People's Republic of China for the education sector. And the education sector is one of our main development sector. In fact, we need to have our people educated so we can continue developing our island, Mr. Speaker. And this government, as you know, has taken education to a different level. Before this government came into office, we all know that only 8% or 7% of our graduates from high school saw college. And to be a secondary school student, you had to have a certain surname. Like the Minister for Education said, if you're an Isaac, you would have gotten through. But you couldn't. But then it was very difficult because there are many people in Dominica that could have made it to secondary school but could not have made it because at the time, the method used to go to high school was just not accessible to everybody. There was not enough space. And this government took it to another level. And we now have universal secondary education. We have free books. We have free transportation. We have free uniforms, Mr. Speaker. And there's also a school transfer grant by this government to take education, Mr. Speaker, to where it's supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, the Dominica State College, we all know, like I just said earlier on, to access college in your time and my time at high school, you had to, yes, it was very, very difficult. You got to have 5 1s or 5 2s. That's it. To enter what at the time was 6 from college. But now, there is universal tertiary education in this country, Mr. Speaker. And this government is the Labour Party government is the government that makes that happen. And so when I sit there and I listen sometimes to the public, some people criticizing this government, I'm telling myself, where are they living? Are they residing in Dominica? Are they looking for the correct information, Mr. Speaker? Because we just go and people just think that if rumors are spread, one might stick and this government might fall. But that cannot happen, Mr. Speaker. because you can verify what you hear. You can correct yourself. You can go and look for yourself. That's why my friends from overseas called me. And when they told me what they're hearing, I told one of them to come to Dominica. And he came to Dominica for the carnival. And when he drove around, he could not imagine what he saw, Mr. Speaker, because he saw what was happening in Dominica with his eyes. And he told me that Dominica is on the right track. Dominica is moving forward. This Dominica Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker, will take Dominica where it's supposed to be. And this budget we are now bringing before this House is a budget, like I said, for everyone, and everyone will benefit. And I am happy to be here to support this budget, Mr. Speaker. And this Dominica Labour Party is the party of choice because we have done so much for so long with so little. We are not qualified to do anything with nothing. I support this budget.
This evening.
Second.
Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 7 p.m. this evening. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 7 p.m. this evening. House resumes and debate continues. Yes, Honorable Defoe, you are recognized, as I said earlier. If you like, you could change their position where you can get better view. Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing my move. Although I figured I still wanted to hide because these days there are lots of people with nothing to do, so they might zoom in on my jacket to see what is the brand or the watch. So, you know, so yeah. This is a next Max or not no expensive place I can go, so they can check. You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full and sincere support to the budget address presented by Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre, the Minister of Finance, and to say that I am very honored to follow in the footsteps of my colleague, the Senator Edwards, Kent Edwards. And that's why I stood earlier on after his presentation, because I was so motivated. And he has become a dear friend, and over the short period that we have known each other. But there are reasons why, Mr. Speaker, I have been a lot of beaching for him. That is barracuda, which is one of his favorite fish. Mr. Speaker, reflecting on the words that you said earlier on the purpose of the budget and members' responsibility, I felt almost that after these words, perhaps I should not speak, because you said that members have to respond to the addresses given by the Honorable Minister of Finance, and then there is a response, and members of the House following that are free to rebut. But I heard really nothing that I could rebut to, Honorable Speaker. So my words may be few this time around, but I do have some clarification to make in terms of fact. And he told me, don't say this time, leave him alone, but the Honorable member from Marigot mentioned that, and he went on speaking about Marigot Fisheries Complex becoming a port of entry, and it has already been gazetted, I think it's saying law and those sort of things, and it has not been implemented. But I just wish to educate him and the listeners on a point of clarification that Marigot has never been gazetted or demarcated as a port of entry. Perhaps there may have been thoughts of it and preliminary discussions to that effect, but it is not designated by law a legal point of entry. So this is one of the clarification I would like to make. And the second being is really not a clarification by the Honorable Senator Laurie from Salisbury about, you know, the financing and World Bank and where we get most of our financing from. And she mentioned this thing, but just to say again, and I mentioned in previous forums, I'm not sure if it's Parliament before, that the reason that the country is able to attract financing from these prestigious financial institutions is because of its firm record and confidence that the bank and institution have in its ability to pay. So be it the Caribbean Development Bank, be it the CARICOM Fund, be it the IMF, it's because of the strong confidence in the ability to repay. And just to bring about the whole talk of debt to GDP ratio, which comes on time and time again, which is really not a justification or measure. We have one of the four most developed countries in the world, and I will give by example, Mr. Speaker, which is Japan. Japan's debt to GDP ratio is 217% as we speak, and it is known as always one of the most developed countries in the world, advanced technology, the fourth, I think by now, fourth largest. It has dropped several notches along the years, but I believe it is by now still the fourth largest economy in the world. So really and truly, debt to GDP ratio figure, while yes, it is important to bring it down as much as possible, but it does not paint the entire picture of your economic ability or your prospects for further development. So just wanted to clarify a few of these things. Otherwise, as I said, there was nothing much to rebut. So, you know, I cannot rebut what the Honorable Dr. McIntyre has presented, because as Honorable Kent alluded to, this was really a concerted effort by all members of the Dominican society, the Dominican industry and commerce, all sectors of the manufacturers, farmers, everybody contributed, technicians from the Ministry of Finance, all manner of the society contributed, and the OWN's cabinet image for development bear onto what was presented by them. So it was a holistic approach, and it is from this side. So really and truly, if I have to say something, it is just in support and really nothing to rebut. But I will really want to speak about some of the key national projects first to begin with. I'm just pay lip service to it because many members before have done so. But because of the importance and the significance, I must touch on it. Mr. Speaker, growing up, I listened to budgets a long time. Since I was a young boy, you know, I've been involved in politics and listened to budgets. And I remember listening to budgets of $350 million, $300 million. I really remember that vividly. And today, to be part of a cabinet where $1 billion, $1.6 billion is the national budget, I mean, that is a tremendous transformation. I'm talking about transformation in just about 2 decades, especially in time when the Labour Party government came into office. And a budget, and I heard the discussion even on the side going and trying to define a budget. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I want to go into technical terms, but if you're a family man and if you have a household, I am sure you have a pretty good understanding of what a budget is and entails. It is when we have a projection of your expenses and also you indicate in those projections where you expect money to come from. And with this budget, it was clearly articulated in every line item where is the source of revenue for these expenditures, be it grants, be it loan, or be it revenues raised from the government of Dominica itself through its taxes and so on. So these things were very clear. So I do not want to overcomplicate what is a budget. But coming back to, Mr. Speaker, the core capital projects. And even myself, as a member of cabinet and a member of parliament, even wonder. I say, boy, wow, this is very ambitious. And sometimes you get a little doubt in Thomas in you, but at the end of the day, I persevere over that because I always reflect on the words of the leader of the party and the Honorable Prime Minister, that leaders lead. And I think to myself, there are countries which has embarked on such ambitious journeys in whatever field or sector. And I'm also a good student of history, not learned in any university, but self-taught, because I have interest in these things, again, from a very early age. And you would expect from a constitution to be dealing with that, because the thing is only in series to bathe. But I had a lot of other interests, Mr. Speaker. It's just that I got opportunities very late, you know, to really divulge into the academic world and to achieve what I've achieved in quick time. And the best, and usually I don't like to quote leaders and speakers, because it's different. When people quote right things for their own self, sometimes there's a specific context that we don't have, but we just understand the words, but we do not know what was the thinking behind the words. But the person I want to reflect on there, I believe these words are pretty much in line with the development agenda for a dynamic Dominica, and which is showcased in the budget as we speak. And we're talking about an international airport, the cable car, the geothermal plant, the cruise ship terminal, the new modern cargo port, and others. And I said to myself, which country? So I said, let me use the country that most people like to refer to, compare Dominica to, compare the services to, compare everything to, and see where they were and what they have done. And what came to me, and I had to search for it, these are things that are always in my head. It came to me, the John F. Kennedy speech in 1962, Mr. Speaker. And this is at a time when the US and USSR at the time were a race to reach to the moon, spending hundreds of millions of dollars at a time and billions of dollars at a time. At a time when both of themselves were on a development path and their people needed housing and so on and so forth. But they were spending that sort of money in just trying to land to the moon. And this is justification that John F. Kennedy gave for the ambition that was driving the US, which I feel is very pertinent to what the Honorable Prime Minister is doing and the cabinet of today is doing, Mr. Speaker. And it says, we choose to go to the moon, and I quote, in this decade, and to do other things. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. And to do other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win, and others too, Mr. Speaker. And I found that quote very much fitting with the ambition that we have. All of these major projects, unparalleled, unprecedented in scale and cost, all at the same time. So I say all this to say that I am privileged to be a member of this cabinet, to take on this challenge. And it reflects to me, Boy Oyedepo, why were you brought here? People talk about difficult times. And it is, as Honorable the member from Grand Bay indicate, we do not cherry coat anything. I walk on the streets, and people tell you how it is, and I discuss with them. I sit with them. I say to them that I understand, okay? I understand, and I try to find pathways to help them. What is it that you're doing wrong? How is it that you can readjust your life? What is it I can do for you? Instead of giving you some money, can I pay some extra subjects for you at BTC so that you may elevate from cleanup and beautification to a higher position at the ministry, Mr. Speaker? So these are the kind of things that I do, okay? Understand, and it's not just saying, oh, people there and they're not getting paid. In any society, you are paid at the level of which you have the academic qualifications for. And this is why this government has tried and has done and tested and continue to do, elevate people, elevate them in terms of their human resource capacity. Because in any nation of the world, if you do not have the necessary skills and education, Mr. Speaker, you will only attract a certain level of job. And then the next thing is we may create this enabling environment for you, but it is up to you, Mr. Speaker, to take them on. And they are endless, as has mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Education and honorable members of this House previous to me, all of the opportunities that exist. So I want to say on to these things, Mr. Speaker. So the international airport, over $1 billion in cost, should be completed by the year 2027, at the end of 2027. The cable car, which the Honorable Dr. David McIntyre spoke to in the Valley, there are two major projects going on, highly paid individuals. I'm very fortunate to have persons from my constituency coming from Fonseca every day, Mr. Speaker, going to the Valley. And you know what the fella tell me? He hopes that project never ends. So, Dr. Mark, I will keep a close eye on him, but I don't want him to jeopardize anything up there in order to prolong the project. But the salary is wonderful. The service that is, they provide them, they pick them up all the way in Roseau, take them there, they give them food. So he returns even a lot of his salary because he doesn't have to pay for food, and he's brought back to town and so on. So I have a number of people there. And again, as you said, in every society, perhaps there is no one in the Valley who is unemployed. No one in the Valley who is unemployed. And the thing is with me, I enjoy the success of another member of Parliament. I am not about Roseau Valley have everything now, because this is just the budget for 2024, 2025, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister alluded to, the notion that all of these big ticket items people are seeing at that election is going to call tomorrow. And he has made it clear in his press conference that we have work to do. So perhaps in 2026, 2027, it will be me, and with my major ticket items, and this time is Roseau, and another time might be Cottage, and that's how I see things. So coming back to the budget and how I educate my constituents, Mr. Speaker, is that the budget is a strategic plan. It is not a constituency plan. So be patient. Do not be distracted by what people say, oh, your constituency haven't got nothing in the budget this time. Your time will come. Our time will come. We have a plan. It will all come together. As you notice, significant emphasis on the city of Roseau. And if I had to vote again, that to be put the half of the budget in the city of Roseau, to get all of that to be done right away, that we have been trying to do for the past 2 decades, perhaps I would, Mr. Speaker. So I say that to lend my support to the different components in the budget, and it is not it's not a competition among us. It is strategic. You can see the timeline. You can see how the timelines are playing in. Some end in 2026, some end in 2027, some starting next year. And as the Prime Minister noted in the beginning, that these capital projects all have a timeline. And more we go into the financial year, you will see the capital estimates coming down so that we can reduce on the deficit and then go into a surplus. So this is the overall vision of the budget, and it's strategic. So many of us say we look at the book. That is not a 2025. There is a projection past 2024, 2025. And that's how you plan. So most times the budget, it's not most times, the budget is planned with a 3-year cycle. But we just happen to be dealing with 2024, 2025. So, Mr. Speaker, endless has been said about the cable car, international airport, its importance and relevance, and I will make other linkages to it as I go along. Of course, the reduced cost of electricity will no doubt reduce the cost of any kind of business, be it manufacturing, be it is a bar you have, be it is a restaurant, be it my own personal home. My electricity bill is high, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see it go down. And I am assured by the investments that Dominica has put in through its own efforts and in the partnership we have entered with Omar Technologies that we will realize it. And the Honorable Member for the Grand Bay constituency has alluded to major components already being delivered on site. How many of them, he said, all the way in 20-something tons. So this is not, no countries make a joke like that, as if that is a gimmick, a plan, because you still hear these things in the public, Mr. Speaker, as if like they cannot believe it. It is still some sort of joke to carry all of this equipment all the way from Israel, where there is so much conflict now, to a plant to a site without the intention of completing the project. Mr. Speaker, I move to the next major capital project of the country announced recently, which is the marina in Portsmouth, the Cabritz Marina, from the constituency of Honorable Roland Rouet. And a man that I'm very happy with, I'm very happy for, and the Honorable Wenham also from Portsmouth, they will share this important milestone. But there are many benefits to just the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and I can make many linkages that will turn into a web of how the benefit spreads around. Because a lot of times I see beyond the infrastructure, I see the opportunities from this sort of investment. And as you know, being the Minister responsible for the economy and my previous occupation before, I interact a lot of people in the maritime sphere, and I know how important a marina is. I know so many wealthy people who have to pack their super yachts and the mega yachts in St. Martin, in Guadeloupe, and in other ports, and have to take a smaller plane or something to come to Dominica. And now we have the opportunity that they can come and dock there, get the services. Not only that, jobs at a marina are not your typical jobs, Mr. Speaker. Most of the people there are very highly skilled. And we have a lot of people from, I know personally, from the Portsmouth community and the north, who have these skills. But they work in Guadeloupe, they work in St. Martin, and in other destinations. And I have heard from these people that saying, once this marina is complete, they are returning home. They are returning home to give their services to earn a decent living in their own country, so that if their granny is sick, they can easily go and arrive and see them. They haven't got to call and send box and those kind of things, and support the local economy. And so these are the benefits among many others, Mr. Speaker, that this sort of project will derive. Going down the road to the cargo port, I mean, it is a no-brainer, Mr. Speaker. Most of us have seen, and climate change, I will come to climate change, but most of us have seen what has happened last year. Unusual weather events. Usually we have, during the winter season in North America, what we call the novas, and which brings swells down to the Caribbean, and you get it, January, February, and so on. And then by March, you're back to normal. But we saw for continuous 4 or 5 months of very strong swells, preventing the boats from docking. Even when the boats are able to dock, preventing the dock workers from operating in a safe environment. And hence, a lot of the time, the ship have to return with our cargo on board, and people are going to make a lot of noise. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of things these sorts of project is trying to eliminate. Because as we become more developed, our people have become so accustomed to having everything in a convenient way, Mr. Speaker. So we can no longer be in an age where our people are inconvenient because we are so backward in our technology and facilities at the port, that entire people containers have to go back. This is things that a government is supposed to solve, and this is something that this Labour Party-led government is going to solve once and for all with this modern cargo port, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, in the parallel area, lower down in Canefield, so this is where the modern port will be, we have heard about the development of a cruise village. And it is deliberately called a cruise village, Mr. Speaker, because this is what it is intended to be. It is not just a port. It is all the services, all the amenities, the duty-free, the shopping, the space, the aesthetic, the environment that you will create for the increasing number of cruise ships which are knocking the doors of the Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Dennis Pemberton, that they are willing and ready to come to Dominica, especially making the linkage, the direct linkage to the construction and the end period of the cable car, Mr. Speaker, going all the way to the Borden Lake. And I heard a member said, I think Mr. Honorable Peanut from Hollyhoe, that perhaps for the first time he will go to the Borden Lake. And I am not ashamed to say, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps he and I will be the first time that we go to the Borden Lake on 3 of us on that cable car, Mr. Speaker. So, all of us have spoke about it, but this has to be the core. This has to be the pillar. This has to be the agenda. I know, yes, our constituents want many things, but development is long-term. Development is long-term. And sometimes there is a point in the period of this administration that it has to make the hard and firm decision that we are once and for all going to achieve this. Yes, the toilets have been wonderful. A lot of the paved roads have been wonderful. A lot of the support has been wonderful. We will continue to do so. But there is a time when we have to speak to our constituents. We have to speak to our people and say, I love your government who has taken care of you so well for the past 24 years to accomplish these goals. And these goals, when they are completed, will bring everything back to you. It will all come back. We'll pave by the sea, Mr. Speaker. We'll pave everybody's doorway with concrete. And we will get everything that they were used to. But, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, there is one thing that we have decided that we will not touch. And we will never, ever, as long as this government is in power, do anything to remove any of the social programs that this government is known for, Mr. Speaker. We will never remove the Yes We Care, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister is a genius at finding means and resources, and if it means that he will find it, he will find it, and he has given his commitment to that. We will never remove caregivers from people who before had had the level of, to suffer a level of indignity in their life because they did not have someone to take care of them, or they did not achieve the appropriate means in their life, for whatever reason it may be. But there are various reasons, Minister. It's not every time that, Mr. Speaker, it's not every time that the reason is because somebody did not work properly in their life. Sometimes bad choices, yes, but sometimes there are other circumstances, illnesses that contribute to the level of lifestyle somebody may have in their older time. And they need the care so that they can live, they have a level of dignity in their life. There are many individuals who have not had the opportunity to have a job where they may have to contribute to Social Security, Mr. Speaker. So they would work until a certain age, even 65 and 70, but as soon as that stops, then they have nothing to rely on. So because most times their salary may just be adequate for their daily lives or for the month. And how are they going to pay the electricity? And that is what this government has recognized, and even have gone further to reduce the social offering down, up from 75 years, Mr. Speaker, to 65 years of age. Just again, it's not because the Labour Party wants to win elections. It's because it is a party that genuinely cares about people. And that is well known for 20-something years, and that was well known of the Labour Party who has come into power into Dominica before. We are socialists, Mr. Speaker. We are empathetic, and we care about others. Mr. Speaker, there are other things that are done socially that may not necessarily be part of a program. Some of it may be sporadic. Some of it are done perhaps by the party itself and not even government. Housing, other basic amenities that sometimes cannot even be covered within the government system. And we have to find means and ways to provide this assistance to people. And I say, and perhaps I don't know, I cannot know everybody's heart. But as for me, empathy is natural to me, Mr. Speaker. If you do not put yourself in people's shoes, if you do not understand how people feel, then you will never be able to react accordingly, and especially if you do not know where you're from. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of example, this morning, the average politician may be upset to find somebody at their door after 6. This is a usual occurrence for me, Mr. Speaker. And this morning after 6, this gentleman is at my door. And I think my wife can call. There's no hotline here. It's Parliament to testify to that. And he came with his medical bill from the hospital for medicine. And I wasn't angry, Mr. Speaker. After 6, I welcomed him, took the bill. I told him I will ensure that your medicine get to you today. I was in Parliament, so I ensured that my wife did. She had to help me, Mr. Speaker. I ensured that my wife got the medicine. And I told him, how can I help you? How do you cold milk? I didn't have coffee yet, but I made him a cup of chocolate, Mr. Speaker, and a Mastiff. And I put more peanut butter in it than ever, not for my son, or for my daughter. I make sure the bread couldn't close the amount of peanut butter that I put in it. You understand? And this is just normal for me, Mr. Speaker. And I do tons. I don't want that on Facebook. I don't want on social media. Let the content, people's conscience be their guide. And that is why when I passed in my constituency from Bellevue to, it's hard for me to reach home. Because everybody's pal rep, Mr. Speaker. You understand? Just to talk. And that is what I want to bring as the qualities of the people who are engaged in this party. So, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, as I said, there are many things in the budget. But I want to give a personal attention and support to just perhaps 2 of these items. And one within my own ministry, which is the agriculture mission, to attain a GDP contribution of 700 million on an annual basis by 2030. Okay? And this is our ultimate objective. This is what we eat and breathe at the Ministry of Agriculture in all of our sectors: fisheries, agriculture, livestock. And the second major one being, Mr. Speaker, the ministry which is held by the honorable member from Port Michelle, Honorable Pemberton, the Ministry of Tourism is very dear to my heart. Because again, it is not of selfishness, it is recognizing and sitting realizing what are the two pillars that is really going to push us to where we need to be. And that is going to give us everything that we aspire for. And that is going to create the foundation for the hundreds of students the state has paid for and sent to Grambling, Midwestern, UWI, because you hear the criticisms, oh yes, first of all they come to you to send them. Then you send them free of charge, at no cost. Mr. Speaker, I don't know when I'll finish paying NCCU for mine. And after you send them free of cost, then they base the government rate of how you don't give them a job after they come back. Okay? So I'm saying all this to say we are creating all of these things. And you would know the kind of job that comes with running an international airport. So I hope that they are getting themselves. Those of them who have learned certain things, I hope that they relearn. So there are tons of millions of people doing business administration. Perhaps you don't need all of it, because you heard what I needed for the international airport. You need engineers. You need engineers. You need mechanical engineers. You need aviators. You need people that wave in the plane and all those kind of things. You need people in the tower. There are a lot of high skills. And the very same thing comes with a port, Mr. Speaker, specialized skills. The very same thing comes with a marina, operating of the cable car. The people are not going to come from Austria and go and train the cable car. We need to train our people. So if you notice, each of these core pillars, tremendous numbers of highly skilled, specialized jobs. So people need to just retrain themselves. And those who are going now, choose an appropriate academic area or skill area or vocational area, whichever area that you will work in, so that you can attract an appropriate job when all in 2 or 3 years' time, Mr. Speaker. So these 2 areas are the 2 pillars that I really want to give my full support and recognize. And in agriculture, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Roy, member for Cottage constituency, in his usual way, clearly articulated both the vision and the achievements of the Ministry of Agriculture from last year's budget and looking forward in this year's budget, and the achievement, and not just achievement by word, Mr. Speaker, articulated technically and analytically with data and information, which I believe in this house today is irrefutable. And I'm waiting to hear these things on social media. I'm waiting to people come. Yeah. And I'm looking for people to attack these numbers, because these numbers are real. They exist. They were done. They were executed, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not going to go much into what he said. But of course, how can you not mention that an 11-point-something million modern tissue culture lab in Portsmouth donated by the People's Republic of China, Mr. Speaker, which is going to be groundbreaking for what we're trying to achieve, the production of 500,000 clean planting material, disease-free, going forward for our farmers, be it banana, be it plantains, and the technology allows for an array of different types of crops. And have you heard now a seed bank? People hear about all different kind of banks. Sometimes hear every bank. Many they are among their offshore banks, but Dominica now is proud to own a seed bank. And not just a seed bank for ourselves, but you have heard the honorable member for Cottage say that we are going to share this seed bank with our fellow members of the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States, the UCS, Mr. Speaker, that they themselves we will keep their seats for them. So we are reserve bank, Mr. Speaker. Central Reserve, the Bank of the World for the seeds. I believe the greatest collection of seeds, if I am not mistaken, I think is in London. And we're going to try to rival London and store everybody's seeds. So and that is the resilient aspect of it. And in terms of anything, because you know about climate change. When there's an apocalypse, if climate change turns out to be something that is way beyond our level to adapt, then whichever future generation that we have, we'll have seeds, we'll have corn, we'll have celery, we'll have parsley, we'll have melon, we'll have jackfruit, we'll have breadfruit, we'll have banana, everything else to plant. So I just want to emphasize on the importance, because many things just, and the next thing is the appreciation of these facilities. Because they are built by the People's Republic of China, and because they are, in some way, we are being assisted by the Chinese mission, that we forget these things are our own, Mr. Speaker. If we forget this thing and we go by the Chinese, we go by the Chinese. Go by the agricultural station in Portsmouth of the Ministry of Agriculture, where we are being assisted by the Chinese mission. It's not go by the Chinese. Okay? And we have to own things. We have to own things, and the very same thing, and as I mentioned that, because I must mention, but I still hear people talking about World Bank house and World Bank boat and World Bank this. These are monies loaned from our lending institution called the World Bank, contracted by the government of Dominica to be repaid at highly concessionary rate. Very beautiful rate, as a matter of fact, I say, but if I ever had a mortgage like that, I see 3/4 of 1% and those sort of things. But these are the kind of things this government have the ability to negotiate, Mr. Speaker. Less than 1%. Where in the world? And I look up, I just see no other countries getting those kind of things the Honorable PM can negotiate. And the team from the Ministry of Finance back in time. So I just put that little part in. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Honorable Roy was well versed and articulate in the agriculture sector. But I will go to some area that have salt. I know the honorable member from Vikas is a stalwart and steadfast advocate fighting against NCDs. But this is one little area I will beg his indulgence, which will take me time to catch up. Because I like the salt a little bit. Salt, salty things, you know? So it will take me a little time, honorable member for Cottage, to get there. The sugar I'm working on. Earlier on, the honorable Dr. Catherine told me, use honey. And I've been following it because she sits by me in cabinet. So I get a lot of free medical advice. A lot of but the salt, it will take me a little time, but I will get there, Mr. Speaker. Again, I love salted things. As you have seen, major linkages, and it makes my job easy, because you have seen the major development, and the blue economy is not just the marine space. Anything that leads to the marine space is because the marine space exists. That is why Mr. Capitole have decided to build Ocean Edge where it is. It is not because he just likes that piece of land, you know. Because that's why he have a jetty. And he expects to get significant revenue from the marine space, because they want to see the marine space. They want to have his tours. You want yachts to come there. And that is why you have the Hilton. That is why you have the position there. So not because they're not in the city, they're not mine. They're all mine. I claim it. And the investment from under the Ministry of Opium, I claim it too, the marina, Mr. Speaker. Once it has a salty aspect to it, it is under the Ministry of Blue Economy. And so far, we're going down south. Again, another area dear to my heart. In my former job, I worked very hard for the promotion of Champagne and in establishing and working the Soufrière Crozet Marine Reserve, Mr. Speaker. And today, I am very happy. And that is what collaboration is, and linkages and intersectoral linkages within the ministry, that we strategize. We do not compete and say, well, this is my thing. I'm happy that she could find the necessary funding, wherever she got it from, to make that facility happen in Champagne, and modern reception facilities with all of the necessary amenities, because Champagne is a very popular tourist site where people go to bathe in the bubblers, which are volcanic vents stemming from the sea, and the water is unusually very warm, again, because of these volcanic vents, and that people can go in a facility
20 more minutes.
People can go in a facility, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues do not leave me down, Mr. Speaker. That I'm sure of when the time comes. So they can go in a facility where, they can enjoy local meals prepared by operators from Point Michelle or elsewhere in the constituency. I'm sure the operators here, she will ensure does not come from outside of the constituency. Because we have seen the example of Mr. Grant, which most members are learning from, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that, as he said, all the jobs for the airport is his. So, I mean, I would not be mad at Mrs. Pemberton that if the jobs in the reception facility, if the caterers there are from her constituency, Mr. Speaker. But just to say that, and this project is not just a proclamation, but the contract has been signed. There was a groundbreaking ceremony. The funding is here, and the work is going ahead. And by next year, we'll have access to this facility so that our guests coming to this area, generating significant revenue. And also that this area is very critical for the survival and the self-sufficiency of the Soufriere-Scotz Marine Reserve, because this is where most of the user fees are collected, Mr. Speaker. So this is just making linkages to the number of projects that we have that have significant bearing on the blue economy. And I always like to do something for those of us who are viewers, because this is Parliament, we have a lot of people viewing online that do not really understand. And very simple to say, the use of the marine environment for the sustainable development of one's country. And I use the word sustainable because it's all about making money. Because there is a misconception that it is about preservation without use and just to look at. No, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of people to take care of. We have bills to pay. So we are a resilient country. We care about the environment and the ecosystem, but we have to use it. We have to leverage it so that we can raise the necessary revenue so that we can pay for all of these things. And you heard Honorable Kent talk about the hospital and the cost and the MRI and so on. How else can we pay for these things if the country does not generate the appropriate revenue from the resources that we have, both natural and otherwise, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the fisheries sector continues to rebound tremendously, beautifully, and satisfactorily from post-Hurricane Maria. And Honorable Roy said, just as you had an agriculture industry at ground zero, we had a fisheries sector at ground zero. And I've been working very hard and will continue to highlight the significance of the importance of this sector, to remove the notion that people still have and the affinity that they have to these beautiful paintings, and they are beautiful indeed, with old men, with straw hats, with torn pants, and dirty shirts, selling balau. I love balau, but that is not the message. The message is now that a fisherman with his Nissan Front Air parked on the bay, his boat is out, he has a beautiful boat, he has twin engines, four-stroke engines to reduce emissions for climate change purposes and increase its efficiency in terms of fuel consumption. And that is the image that we want, Mr. Speaker, now. And these individuals can send their children to university and afford it and go and fold their trolleys, Mr. Speaker. This is the image of the fishermen that we now have today. And this did not come overnight, Mr. Speaker. As you notice, to get to that level, significant infrastructural development had to be done. And during this time of this administration in power, we had to speak to our bilateral partners and put this infrastructure on the ground. So as you have said, in terms of major infrastructure, we had Roseoak in the 90s. But then again, this was not enough, because there is a strategic plan to have a major facility in every corner of the country. The north, the south, the east, the west. We have achieved 3 out of 4. We are missing one in the south. And we are working to do so with our bilateral partners. And with God's good grace, they'll have to be this fiscal year. It may not be the second one, but we will get there, Mr. Speaker. Because these capital investments are very costly and expensive to construct. So we are looking to do it with grant funding for partners who are able to facilitate this sort of investment for us through grants as much as possible, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the burden of payment on our citizens. Mr. Speaker, so as I mentioned, that fisheries has rebounded from more than 70% loss after Hurricane Maria to now we are back now at pre-Maria levels, averaging about 1,000 tons landing in 2023. We have not tabulated 2024 yet. And we had an increase in our export capacity, in our physical export. We exported a little more than 16 tons, Mr. Speaker, almost $500,000 in terms of revenue, and this is money coming into the country. And this is not even very far, Mr. Speaker. Most of our trading partners like St. Martin, St. Kitts, and Montserrat, we send fish to. But we are creating the groundwork so that we're going to go much further afield, Mr. Speaker, in terms of private investment and PPPs, public-private partnerships. So at the moment, as I speak, Mr. Speaker, we are in partnership with a partner whom we are working with at the Portsmouth Fisheries Facility, and an individual or a locally registered company that has affiliations to international fish trading partners. And the focus is on exports of fish. So this company will have nothing to do with competing with our local fishers, Mr. Speaker. This company is strictly going to focus on high level and high value export to the United States market. And I was thinking, boy, because we were thinking of alternative routes of how to get the fish out. Take it on a boat, send it to Antigua, and then fly it out. And then a miracle happened, Mr. Speaker. And that miracle is the extension of the Douglas Charles Airport, Mr. Speaker. Because what we needed cargo space. So the American would come, yes, but we needed more flights to come that perhaps would give us the cargo space to take sufficient quantity of fish to the U.S. market. So the investor is very, very happy and encouraged by the possibility of additional direct flights to the U.S. market, because this fish is being sold fresh, Mr. Speaker. It is landed today in Dominica. Today is what? Today is Wednesday. And by Friday, if you take a flight to New York or to Miami, you should be able to eat Dominican tuna. And the thing is, you would say, but can we compete? But the beauty of our marketing, Mr. Speaker, we're not just selling tuna, because we may not be able to compete with the Asian and the Pacific countries with high volumes because they have very big ships. But we are selling a tuna with a story. It is caught sustainably by a fisher with a small boat, having zero to little to no impact on the environment in terms of his emission, of the type of boat that he has. So this fish, Mr. Speaker, is being sold with a story. So we have ambitions there, Mr. Speaker. We have investment, and I should say further as we speak, the gentleman's first container of packaging materials arrived, and he has been trying to clear it, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of boxes to pack latch tunas to send out. And as you know, for the past 3 weeks, there have been a bumper production of tuna by our fishers, Mr. Speaker. It has put some of our services under heavy pressure, I must admit, in terms of our ice production, but we are putting things in place. I can assure you, very tangible things. Time will not permit me to say all of the things that we are doing to address this issue and to ensure that by the next cycle of when the tuna turns around several times per year. It is not that you're going to have a bumper catch for these few weeks and it's not going to come again. But we're going to ready ourselves when it comes again. And again, I'm saying that to say that I take responsibility, Mr. Speaker. As the minister responsible for fisheries, if something goes wrong, if something is not right, if something is not going to work, I take responsibility. I don't know why to say something about the Prime Minister, oh, he should have raised it. Call my name, say it's me that do it, say it's me that did not prepare. I take full responsibility for the job entrusted to me, and that every weakness I will build upon. I will take advice. I will fill every gap from every time it comes out, because that is life. Life is a progression, and you work on the weaknesses as you go on. So it is not perfect, Mr. Speaker. And that is why That is why my fisheries industry, no matter what they go through, when they hear my word and I tell them something, they take it as gospel. I met constituents from Honorable Pemberton Place today, fishers who did not even go to fish today, because they have been catching so much, and the market is not able to absorb. Tell me, Defo, got some parler said, Mr. Defo, I did not go today because yesterday we caught 15 tuna. There are many of us that didn't go. The market is saturated. And I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, we have put in place and we have made, and the honorable member for Granby is here, who is the minister responsible for trade, we have given Dexia the management, to make Dexia the management authority for the Roseau fish marketing component. And Dexia in itself now going to have that responsibility because we have all the facilities that is required, Mr. Speaker. And I say now to these people, and even in an apologetic way, that we ought not to even have this glut. We should have been a little more step forward. But I say, we learn. We learn. We admit, we learn, we understand, and we learn. So in the coming days, Mr. Speaker, we're going to see major action of Dexia going to take all of these fish these fishers have, okay, from their hands, and do not put the burden of marketing on them. So let them focus on production. Let us fill all of the three major freezers that we have at the Roseau Fisheries Complex with an added capacity of over more than 40 tons storage capacity, Mr. Speaker. And that is food security. So God forbid something happens. We have enough fish that we can give the hospital some, can go to some. But that is just event something happened. But the idea is that, Mr. Speaker, we have seen in Dominica a growing accommodation and hospitality industry that will quickly absorb that fish as soon as the glut stops. So I have told Dexia, have courage, trust in what I have told you, listen to me, take all the people fish. Just as we did for the plantain, Mr. Speaker, take the fish. I have been to this place, I have worked in this place, I have governed it, I have filled all of the freezers there before, and in 1 month, all the fish is gone. And let us pay the fishers and let them fish, let them make the money when the fish is there, because the fish is not always there, Mr. Speaker. The dynamics of farming on land and the sea are quite different. So when it is there, let them make money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going further in the fisheries industry, we have things coming for the fishers. So it is not just about what we have now. A lot of investments are coming, because you hear about that export, you hear about Dexia, but we have to equip our people, our sites, in terms of their readiness, in terms to be able to meet food safety, hygiene, and SPS standards, sanitary and phytosanitary standards, Mr. Speaker. Because the markets we are penetrating is going to ask us, what measures do you have in place for food safety? And we need to respond, we need to show them, and we need to know that when they come to visit and do an audit from time to time, that they are satisfied. And this is what this investment is about. The investment is not about because it's my constituency, we're just doing something there. Everything has a meaning to it, because we haven't got that money to waste, Mr. Speaker, to just do something for doing something's sake. Everything is measured, everything is intentional, everything is strategic. So we'll begin with Scottset, Mr. Speaker, Sufferance Scottset, that we will invest in a slipway, because as you know, there is very limited land space, and fishers now own very expensive boat. The average investment of a boat, Mr. Speaker, most people may not know, that fishers use is $70,000 to $100,000. So people seeing fishers then figure, oh, he's a little man. I'm driving a bus, they buy online $40,000, $30,000 and thinking, and we're watching these people as bigger men than a fisherman that have a piece of asset there, but you're not seeing it because it's on the sea. The average investment, Mr. Speaker, $70,000 to $100,000. Most of them are in the bank. And the reason why you don't hear about them, because, Mr. Speaker, you never hear a bank take a boat. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, have you ever heard a bank? I already hear about bank take people land for planting agriculture. But in my 20-something years in the delivery sector, guys going and take the 100-something thousand. I've never heard a bank take a boat or take an engine. Because which boat and engine you see in any pull up by any bank? Because the investment, Mr. Speaker, is a prudent investment if you work well. And I have worked well with these individuals for many years. And that's why today they are my friends. From Capuchin to Kashaku. And the Honorable Pemberton always says so. Because that's why I must go and campaign in Soufriere and Scott Z, Mr. Speaker. If they don't listen to her, they'll listen to me. I must go Portsmouth. I must go Solihull. I must go Biosh. Anywhere I can go, even Salisbury and Marigot, Mr. Speaker. I can go. Okay? Because it is just not a job. You have to care about people's development. And I have seen these people develop under my tenure when I have worked with them, hands in hand. And Mr. Speaker, I'll go to the extra mile and tell you, I send loans for many of them, Mr. Speaker. Again, the advice of many people. Mr. Speaker, maybe the last one, Matthew, for the last person I signed. Nobody knows. Maybe my wife hear that now. But this is the confidence that you have in people. And this is what is giving a helping hand to this person. And I've been proud to do so. And once it's the right person, I'll do it all over again. These are not family members, but these are people I have the confidence in. And because I can show you I have the confidence in you, then you will develop that respect and confidence, Mr. Speaker. So people know that very well. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on, 2 or 3 hours, which I promised that I wasn't going to do. But I need to switch gear and perhaps address my people in the Pilit-Savan constituency, Mr. Speaker. Lovely people, wonderful people. There's a large geographic space. Let me start first with our intervention for these people. And I'll start with the difficult one. The Pilit-Savan crossing.
5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Defoe be given 15 more minutes.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
It has, hold on. The eyes have to have it. Yeah. It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Minister be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? 15, sorry. 15 minutes. You see my mind on 10. 15 minutes, yes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, you are given an additional 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will make use of this 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, and not ask for more. Mr. Speaker, I said I was crossing to the constituency, but I must mention, because I touched on some and not all, because Honorable from the Roseau North would not forgive me. Major interventions are going to go in this fiscal year in Fonkole. We're totally going to remodel the space, make it more conducive to vending, add amenities such as washroom, again, to meet standards, and, Honorable Speaker, provide them with an ice machine. Now, people will say, why, if Roseau have a major facility, why you want people to sell things? Mr. Speaker, I always say, and I believe in community things, that you cannot change people's culture and tradition. The most we can do is create the enabling environment to improve what they are doing, but not take it out from them. If people are accustomed to stopping by the road in Fonkole, let them do so, but let them get a much better service from the fishers in a much more hygienic and friendly area. So that is what we're creating down there. In Biosh, we are rehabilitating the locker room facility, and also this community will receive additional amenities, which I did not even tell them about. I don't know if they know that we are giving each of these sites, in addition to the infrastructure work, an ice machine, coolers, and those sort of amenities that are highly used by fishers and required for safekeeping of fish and ice, each of these. And then we go to Dubla, where we will do again major investment in infrastructure there in terms of their locker room buildings, office buildings for the fishers to operate, and so on. But I will want to say in Newtown, Mr. Speaker, it bothers me every time, because I've given the commitment last year to Honorable member from Roseau South, about permanently creating a covering and an aesthetic and hygienic environment where we have people create. And I commend her for doing the initiative of creating the platform, Mr. Speaker. But we will put on her a resilient roofing structure on this facility, in addition to other amenities, so that the fishers can vend fish in a very the safe will be safe for consumers, but the amenities for the fishers will improve what they are doing and have the place in a much more hygienic manner, Mr. Speaker. And in my own constituency, we will also do upgrades at the Stoke Fish Landing site, Mr. Speaker. We will pave the area. We will enhance the slipway there. We will put lights, and we will make the area much more aesthetic. Because what we want in this site is not just a place where boats come, but it is somewhere people can go, wait for fish, and perhaps while they're waiting for fish, the area is nice enough that somebody can have fish selling that is freshly caught, be it steamed, be it fried, or whatever, and also that they can sit and wait comfortably and wait for the boat to come in. So there are multiple objectives in the intervention that we are doing, and I hope I have not left anyone out. But in addition to that, we have Maho, Mr. Speaker. And major works will be done for Maho for multiple means. One, we have a small grant, and the other one, we are partnering again with the project under the PIU, under the ministry, to create 2 interventions. We'll be fixing the jetty, we will enhancing the slipway, we're creating washroom facilities, we're creating vending stall in Mahu, and in Saint-Sauveur, we will work on the slipway to protect the investment of the fishers when they haul in their boats, Mr. Speaker, and also additional equipment such as ice machines and so on and so forth. So we are really creating what we call, in terms of the ice sector, redundancy, because we have the major facilities, but when we have peak demand, they struggle to keep production. So we are providing the smaller fishing associations and cooperatives with the capacity to provide their own ice. When the fish is low and they can get ice at a cheaper rate in Roseau, then that's fine. But when the fish is really in high abundance and they need the additional ice, they have the means to do so. So that is resilience and that is redundancy, Mr. Speaker, in the system. Because ice is very valuable and as important as fuel in the fishing sector. So as I go back to the Pitt-7 constituency, Mr. Speaker, I want to dive straight into, because of limited time, into the crossing. Much talk about crossing in Pitt-7 and into Daly, Mr. Speaker. And everybody, whenever they say they want to ask for something, the intention is that you will never do it. But from the time that you do it, they say, oh shit, what am I going to say now? And that is what happened to them, Mr. Speaker, when they saw we move on creating the crossing. And they now want to use it, I said 20 days. But Honorable Senator Paris is there, the man is an engineer. The man tell me to break down that column, take 2 days. I'll go and say, Senator Paris tell me to break down the column, make 2 days. So engineers, qualified engineers and architects said, this job will take 20 days. So I said, it will take 20 days. There is nothing wrong with that, Mr. Speaker. However, there is a caveat. I did say, and they should find it, that you have force majeure. You have unforeseen circumstances. Equipment can break down. So the 20 days in the event that nothing goes wrong. But you live in a world where anything is possible. So the excavator broke down, Mr. Speaker. For weeks, it's a massive excavator. Pitt-7 is far away. The contractor which is doing the job has a major job on the East Coast Road. So sometimes for 2 weeks, it's not possible to bring a replacement. But I can assure you, as the Honorable from the Daplin constituency said, we have a commitment that in the coming days, Mr. Week, we are going to get full mobilization back on this site to complete it. Okay? Full mobilization to complete it. And I'm hoping when schools open in September, this is my hope, that the children of the Lapland constituency and Dailies can sleep for an extra hour in their bed, Mr. Speaker, so that they don't have to wake up so 4 o'clock in the morning, which is what I've been informed, to go to school, because this route can cut their traveling time by 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the Shotwell Road is almost complete. Mr. Speaker, again, because of the issues of climate change and inclement weather, we had to have an extension, several landslides, and that is God, I wish I had another hour. Mr. Speaker, That is what we talk about climate change impacts and how costly it is to do things here. They should have been completed 6 months ago. But we had to put more money because the heavy rains caused a lot of the things they put to wash away. The heavy rains caused major landslides that were unforeseen, Mr. Speaker. And we had to have an extension. We had to put more money. It was supposed to be around 5.5 or 6. Then it had to come to 9 because all now major retaining was have to be done. And that is the reality that we have, Mr. Speaker. We go back to, Mr. Speaker, the Louvier to Granby Road, Mr. Speaker. I will not take the steam of the Ministry of Finance because the contract has not been signed, but we are hoping that this is going to be done within the next week or two, and at this time they will make announcements. I'll not say much on that, but I know everything is almost in place for this road. The total project package from the CDB on the UK fund is 179, but I don't know exactly how much it will cost. But I know it's over 100 million, Mr. Speaker. And you can imagine now, EP7 constituency will almost become like the Roseau Valley. Everybody will be employed, unlike in Wesley, Mr. Speaker. And that is the hope. In addition to that, we have the Chinese funded school being built with the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker. This school is going full speed ahead. I stop and watch it every single day, as if I have never seen it. That is the level of interest I have. And what the amazement I also have, because I always see a whole new column every time I pass, and I wonder when them fellas make that thing there, because I watch it every day. So it is going full speed ahead. We have a number of young individuals employed. I've been promised by the project manager that the number of residents from the Bellevue area will increase as the scale of the project. Mr. Speaker, also will have additional jobs for security services, and a number of young individuals from the constituency have been engaged. So in every aspect, there are jobs. In sports, Mr. Speaker, through the Ministry of Sports, we are very grateful that the playing field in Bellevue is now lighted. But because of the works at the school, we had to put some soil on the playing field still. But now they are now removing the soil to backfill. Okay, so everything is in place here. The registration for the electricity at Domlek and so on, everything is in place. So we now have lights at the Bellevue playing field. And this was at the request of a number of young individuals at Bellevue playing football, playing cricket. They also have a certified coach with DFA, as Judah Corrier, working with the young individuals. We have lots of sport talents in that area, Mr. Speaker. Even in my own community where I'm from in Constitution, we have our own cricket league. So we're going to have our football league. And what we do, even if it's in one locality, but we extend team membership to the entire constituency. So we have a league, Baffin Point Cricket League or Football League. Baffin Point is Bagatelle, Fonseca, Point Carrie, that area. But still, we have recruit members from Dubic, recruit members from Pichley. We have an entire team for Pilit-Savane and Bellevue. So that is how we do it, Mr. Speaker. There is so much to say. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the hurricane was over, we had major blockage of the Storefish landing site. Tremendous amount of money. But within days, Mr. Speaker, not allowing the fisher to bear any hardship by they not being able to apply their trade and gain a livelihood, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Grant, I call unto him, and with immediate action, he asked them to go and unblock, regardless the cost of the landing site in store for the fishers. So all of these are things that we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We do not put people's livelihood behind. We sent a whole excavator from Fonseca, Mr. Speaker. I know Fonseca is not just there. Just to remove a big stone that was bothering a lady in a river because she had traumatic experiences of before of what the river can do by their home. And a big stone rolling it just the other day. And again, what I can say for Honorable Grant, I say for the to give the lady a peace of mind, please, and we went and removed it. So, in addition to major things, Mr. Speaker, I address to people small concerns on a daily basis. Things that I cannot talk about, because these are personal things. That is not my style. I do not talk about personal intervention. Never, ever. I don't put it on Facebook. If you don't want to say what I do for you, to your family, that is up to you. Medical business, funeral business, your social business, your personal business. If you broke, if you need medicine, nobody will ever know what you and I discuss. Nobody will ever know what I do for you. So I'm not even going to talk about these things. Because when people talk about what you do in your constituency, they're looking for bricks and mortar. Right. But not knowing that on a daily basis, the amount that it takes from you. And I will do it all over again, Mr. Speaker. I will do it all over again. Roland just visit me home from time to time. Honorable Cozy, I'll come. I'm looking for members to come. And it's the merriest time you can have because I live free, Mr. Speaker. Because I'm from. There's nothing you can say about me to bother me. That is why I couldn't care less. Who say what? Who they say what? Who posts what? That is not for me. It's about Cliff, Mr. Speaker. I know you know it, by Dubik Cliff. When I take the corner there, Rose will be in my back. Rose will be in my back. Yeah. You say something, no. Yes, so, well, I have one purpose. I have one purpose. To serve as long as I can, as long as I have agreed to, as long as I have the ability to, as long as the position entrusted to me to serve the constituents or the PD7 constituency. Period. And I couldn't care less. Nothing else nobody say. And my second job, my ministerial portfolio, to do it to the best of my ability. And that's it. My life is simple. Case closed. Case closed, Mr. Speaker. So on that, I want to close the case. I want to close the case, Mr. Speaker, because I will not finish. And I've heard everybody congratulating, but I would say she's a friend, she's a sort of the community, and I want to give my own personal, because everybody take my shine, but sometimes best is last, to congratulate Ms. Marva Williams on assuming the role of CEO at Discover Dominica, Mr. Speaker. I know her well, I know her mother well, my good friend, and she's from the community of Pishley, and it's time that we have people from our place assume such position to brighten up. Again, I want to not end by bigging up the Ecstasy Band, Mr. Speaker, wonderful people from the constituency. As you see, they are just putting out a number of their own original music, one of the best compa band in Dominica, and there's only two bands I know in Dominica playing Creole music now, is Ecstasy and Groovers, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted that to be recognized, Mr. Speaker, and the best for last, the interns under the National Employment Program, cleanup and beautification, caregivers, my wonderful supervisors, Connie Charles, Janet, Julia Bruno. These people are family to me, Mr. Speaker. I say the thing, they get it done. They need something from me, they get it done. The NEP officer around me, Mr. Speaker, you want gas, I'll buy the gas. You want the rope finish, I'll buy the rope. Work doesn't stop. The head of the quarter go, I'll go and buy one. These quarters stop working, I will fix it. That is just who I am. I don't ask somebody that honorable, don't follow me because you get broke. You understand? But this is who I am. The work will go on, and Mr. Speaker, my reward will come from somewhere. That I know for sure. That I know for sure. My reward will come from somewhere. Good night to my colleague. Good night to the people of the Peace and Constitution have been listening. And to my many people who are hoping to hear from me, Mr. Speaker. They're from all over Dominica. I suspect I'll choose to run somewhere else next time. And I can make the cut. Because I have a lot of people who care about me, a lot of people who pray for me, and I meet them every day, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this is a budget to go forward, a budget for the people, and a budget that will enable us to attain what it is that we want to attain for this dynamic Dominica, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Vidal. You're recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the financial 2024 to 2025 budget statement of the Minister of Finance under the theme, Partnering to Build Platform for Sustainable Growth and Development. Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I commence, I would like to extend a heartfelt, blessed evening to the hardworking people of the Salisbury constituency, that's Salisbury, Monwachet, and Kulibishri. And as a young woman in my prime, as some may say, I am extremely proud
to be representing such amazing people, Mr. Speaker. Even more proud to be from such a brilliant and strong village as Salisbury. That's it. If you didn't know, our culture in Salisbury has always been ambition, self-sufficiency, and a profound appreciation for the natural environment. It's no wonder that after many, many years, agriculture is treated with great respect there. Bowie, proud indeed. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, permit me to also extend congratulations to two astounding daughters of our soil, Mrs. Annette Sanford and Miss Marva Williams. Indeed, this is a momentous time for women everywhere, and this can also be depicted in Kamala Harris's candidacy for this year's presidential race in the United States. However, this is not about the United States. This is about the Commonwealth of Dominica. Whitey Kubulitol is her body. And isn't she just beautiful, Mr. Speaker? And you know what to me truly amplifies beauty? Health. But what exactly is health? Well, to me, in its simplest form, it can be described as a person's mental and physical condition. Now, what is healthcare? Healthcare, Mr. Speaker, is the organized provision of medical care to individuals or community and can be categorized into three main groups: primary, secondary, and tertiary care. And I can go into depth with these terms, but I will instead get down into the serious business that I keep hearing being mentioned by the members of this honorable house. And that is the observations and concerns of the Dominican public. You know, the ones who wear the boots on the ground and not the fancy suits and heels we have on right now. I believe that democracy is extremely important. There is day and night for a reason. If everyone in the world conformed to the same ideologies, wouldn't the world be such a boring and stagnant place? Furthermore, it is important to know that whether you're blue, red, pink, or green, we are all susceptible to the illnesses and diseases and deserve quality healthcare services. That is why health, wellness, and social services is so prominent. Mr. Speaker, the health of the nation is indeed the wealth of a nation. This directly influences the life expectancy and overall well-being of the people. You know, the human resource that keeps being mentioned here a lot. But enough of the fancy words. Let's get down into serious business, shall we? Mr. Speaker, the attempt by the Minister of Health to say that data from the OECS indicates we are improving is missing the admission that this improvement is from a bad situation in which people have been suffering unnecessarily. Last year, 2023 to 2024, Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House approved $11.7 million for improvement projects in the Ministry of Health. Only $4.2 million, or 36% of the approved amount, was spent. $3.5 million was approved for hospital equipment. Only $700,000, or 20%, was spent. Why? Nobody knows. And we have to say, Mr. Speaker, does anyone care? But I will not say that. I won't say that. Because not one contributor to this budget debate from the government side has offered any reason, explanation, or excuse for this unacceptable rate for improvement projects in the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. For this budget year, the allocation from the $934 million public sector investment program is $7.5 million, 0.8%, less than 1%. And the amount approved for hospital equipment is only $1 million, for which, as was the case last year, the actual spending could be just 20% or $200,000. Mr. Speaker, whilst we appreciate the efforts and investments made by the government in health infrastructure and new services, it is crucial to address the significant gaps in our healthcare system, especially in managing NCEs. To start off, there is a lack of essential diagnostic equipment. The government's narrative of state-of-the-art healthcare system does not align with our main hospitals' lack of critical diagnostic equipment like functional MRI and CT scanners. These machines are essential for diagnosing conditions such as strokes, where timely and accurate imaging is crucial to determine the appropriate treatment. Without these tools, doctors are forced to treat patients based on incomplete information, which can lead to mismanagement of cases and poor health outcomes, which we obviously don't want because this is people's lives we are dealing with. Additionally, we have insufficient radiological services. Although we have an ultrasound machine, the absence of radiologists at work means that scans are outsourced to private entities, which not only delays diagnosis and treatment, but also increases costs for patients, many of whom may not be able to afford these additional expenses. It indicates that the healthcare system is not fully equipped to handle the diagnostic needs of the population. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of medical shortages, and it is disconcerting that patients are often required to purchase medications from pharmacies because essential drugs are not available at the hospital. This situation raises serious concerns about the adequacy of our supply chain management and the accessibility of essential medicines, which are critical for managing chronic conditions like diabetes and hypertension. Furthermore, there are healthcare workforce challenges, Mr. Speaker. The issue of healthcare professionals leaving for better opportunities due to low pay and unsuitable working conditions cannot be overlooked. The new staffing structures and positions for nurses and other healthcare providers are steps in the right direction. However, we risk losing our valuable, and I stress valuable, healthcare workers without addressing the fundamental issues of fair compensation and improving working conditions, which would further strain our already overburdened system. Outsourced laboratory services can also be discussed. The fact that patients have to go to private labs for specific tests, such as cancer tumors, due to the unavailability of these services in our main hospital, is a significant shortcoming, which not only causes inconvenience and additional costs for patients, but also delays critical diagnosis and treatment, potentially worsening health outcomes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is also that of budget allocations and prioritization. The recent decrease in budgetary allocations for health and agriculture raises questions about the government's commitment to tackling the rise in NCDs, Mr. Speaker. While increasing excise taxes on sugary drinks, alcohol, and tobacco is a positive step towards reducing risk factors for NCDs, it must be complemented by investments in healthcare infrastructure, diagnostic equipment, and human resources, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's efforts are appreciated, but significant challenges remain unaddressed. To truly ensure the health and wellness of our citizens, we must take a comprehensive approach that includes equipping our hospital with necessary diagnostic tools, ensuring the availability of essential medication, and improving working conditions, which include better wages for healthcare professionals and providing accessible laboratory services. Only then can we effectively manage the rising burden of NCDs and improve the overall health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, according to the government, there are state-of-the-art products and services just waiting to be utilized. But let us not dwell on making things just sound pretty or play party politics, and actually do what it takes to make things quality and therefore pretty. Less saying, more doing. Mr. Speaker, I cannot live here without discussing some significant affairs of my constituency, Salisbury, particularly and youth in sports. We have been thriving since the creation of the Salisbury Sports Committee. We have had annual games in cricket, volleyball, basketball, football. Just recently, we had our annual Bowie Road Race, which started off as being a village marathon, but we recognize the talents of others, so we made this event open for all who wanted to participate. This year, we had our youngest runner, just 7 years old, such a cutie, and our eldest, just 60. Indeed, it was a fun time, and the executive members of the Salisbury Sports Committee worked extremely hard to ensure community unity and youth empowerment. We have young people from the village playing on the national teams, Mr. Speaker. The Salisbury Sports Committee enables them to exercise their skills within the village and develop an even greater skill set. This also helps keep young people occupied and not idle, not only expanding their physical abilities, but mental as well. The Salisbury Sports Committee is working. They are doing what they have to do, and they need to be supported and recognized. Mr. Speaker, it's why my power rep, right here, came with her shopping list the last time, and she continues to stress on the resurfacing of our playing field. Additionally, we have a beach, which is not only ideal for having picnics with family and friends or hosting huge events such as Tropicini. Thank you to the organizers of Tropicini for having us still. Many sporting activities can be held there as well, not only locally, but on a national scale. But we are in need of lights and better servicing of our basketball courts, which over the years have been subjected to many harsh weather conditions. Sports is a big deal in the village of Salisbury, and we intend to keep it that way. So when my power rep comes with her shopping list, it's because she is here now representing her constituents for continued progress. Mr. Speaker, we hear so much being mentioned about the youth, the youth, the youth, the youth, and I get it. We are the future. We need to talk about the youth. We are the ones who will continue the legacies. We are the future leaders. But most significantly, we are also the future nurses, the future sportsmen and women, the future musical entertainers, the future farmers, the future parents, all of which hold a great distinct purpose in society. But we can't be exceptional individual members of society one day if we are not given the environment to be molded into such right now. Mr. Speaker, there is a popular saying, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. And action needs to be done in the present. We don't need any more promises. We need to see it. Listen to your young people. You say you care about them, you claim to love them, show it. Get out of your politically affiliated atmospheres. Be human, be humane, and just listen. They're talking, listen to them. We are a technologically savvy generation. Go on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, listen to them. We have to say, we have a lot to say, it's there. We are intelligent, we are talented, we have ideas, and it shows. Look at the success of the Bike Festival. Breakfast Fest is living up to its name every year. There are many young entrepreneurs just anticipating the opportunity to show what they've got. Despite our family background, what village we are from, or what ideologies we conform to, we deserve a chance. Mr. Speaker, the government must pay actual attention to the young people. The young people are talking, they want you to listen. Pay attention, make way for improvement, innovation. Don't be biased. And I won't say how, they all know.
Yes. I put it off. No, I put it off. Hold on. Not to use the word bias. There are certain words that are just unparliamentary. Bias, telling people they're hypocrite, telling people they are lying, things like that are unparliamentary. So we need to just stamp it out. Continue, press your mic.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't Disneyland. This is serious business, Mr. Speaker. So many fancy words and promises, so little actually being fulfilled. Make things happen for your people. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, do I have to say anything more? I don't think I have anything else to add.
Yes. Honorable
I think
Jesper
my
Paul
senator
Victor,
has
you have
said
the
has
floor.
maybe touched everything. This senator has spoken on health, and I think she has probably touched everything she was supposed to say. Honorable Senator Victor as well, excuse me. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, please permit me to refer to my notes, please, Speaker.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget for the financial year 2024-2025. Let me first begin by welcoming my esteemed colleagues and to the wonderful, industrious, and supportive constituents of the Salisbury Cooley and Monrochet constituency. Mr. Speaker, I know that they are tuned in, and I'm wishing them a pleasant evening. Mr. Speaker, let me also take the opportunity to congratulate the newly elected Kalinago Territory Chief, Mrs. Annette Sanford, the first woman to be elected to that very important office. Mr. Speaker, I extend best wishes to her for a successful term of office and do advise that she works in the best interest of the people of the Kalinago Territory. I would also like to appeal to the people of the territory as well to work with her in their own best interest. Mrs. Sanford is a formidable young woman, and I am certain that she will serve her people to the best of her ability. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to really debate on the budget because I am mandated by the people of the Salisbury constituency since the general election in 2022 to speak on their behalf every time about agriculture because that is where we are failing in this constituency. Mr. Speaker, I have reviewed the information from the draft estimates. I'm the green when you may put tonight, Honorable Roy, because I love you plenty, and I need the assistance for my constituency. And though I may say that I am not entirely against any project or any development that may have been completed or is still ongoing, I have a few concerns that I would like to share. Mr. Speaker, in the previous budget address and also this recent one, the Minister for Finance stated that the goal is to develop a resilient agriculture and fishery sector that will become the leading contributor to the economic growth, contributing at least 700 million to GDP by 2030. Mr. Speaker, I know we can do it. Mr. Speaker, I was raised in a family where my father and my mother, they were farmers. We know that the community of Salisbury, Cooley, and Monrochet, they thrive on farming. And I have gotten that love for agriculture. And then when I became the PAREP, I told them that I am the PAREP for the farmers. Because the people of the Salisbury, Cooley, and Monrochet, this is their lives. And every time I come here, they say, PAREP, don't forget to talk about the road. Don't forget about the road. Because this is one of our main concerns in this constituency. And I will make it my duty that every time I come here, that I will speak for the people that has put me there to speak on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, however, Mr. Speaker, according to the data identified in the estimates of 2024 and 2025, in 2021, we had a percentage of growth of 24.4%. In 2022, we had negative 0.95%, and in 2023, negative 2.3%. Mr. Speaker, honestly, I did not make up these figures in my head. It's there in the estimates. It's clear cut. I can clearly see the decline in productivity, but Mr. Speaker, I will say that time flies by rapidly, and before you know it, 2030 is practically on our doorstep. In order to achieve this goal, the level of agricultural production in Dominica, it must be tripled, Honorable Roy. We have to work hard. And I mean, we have it in Dominica. We can do it. Mr. Speaker, we are confounded in this country with the many factors influencing agricultural productivity. Mr. Speaker, we have rich soil. I don't think it has anywhere else in the Caribbean that has better soil than us here in Dominica. As productivity is greatly impacted by the soil's helpful elements for plants, we have the climate. That includes elements like temperature and precipitation, which directly affects the crops. Mr. Speaker, we have irrigation, the irrigation systems. Since agriculture is largely dependent on water, irrigation plays a significant role along the soil type. And while I am on this, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the ongoing irrigation project in Salisbury, which will benefit many farmers for crop production. And labor is the, not labor parts, yeah? Labor is the last factor for agricultural productivity. Mr. Speaker, once there is adequate labor force during planting, I am certain that we will reap quality produce. I am optimistic of the fact that we can do greater things in agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And with this exorbitant figure of $1.6 billion budget, I certainly hope that great things will be derived from the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, it is said that the youth are the country's future, and I firmly believe the same. Mr. Speaker, I make this statement because of the information given. I don't really want to go into this tonight about the National Youth in Agricultural Program, because I heard the Honorable Roy spoke on it this morning, and I'm hoping for great things in agriculture, because there are persons, young persons, Mr. Speaker, that are interested in agriculture. I can attest to that because we have them in Salisbury, Mr. Speaker. If I start mentioning names tonight, Mr. Speaker, I will not finish tonight. Mr. Speaker, if we take a look around the country, though faced with many challenges, we are seeing that young persons are gaining interest in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we cannot fail the youth. Programs and activities to continue to actively engage them in agriculture should be our main focus if we aim to that 700 million macro GDP by 2030. Maybe the Minister for Agriculture, the member for Cottage, can give us some insight and bring us up to speed of where we are. Mr. Speaker, there are so many issues to touch in agriculture. We can talk about the enhancement of the Rosa market. We can talk about the market for the vendors who sells on the roadside. We can talk about the plant propagation units. But Mr. Speaker, time will not permit me to this evening. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to speak on my constituency. Last year, Mr. Speaker, when I spoke on the supplementary estimates, the member for Soufriere, Ms. Honorable Pemberton, jokingly said to me that I came to Parliament with my shopping list for my constituency. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am back again with the same shopping list. First on my list, Mr. Speaker, is the feeder roads. The Minister for Finance and member for Roseau Valley, Honorable McIntyre, made mention of the Kawam and Petit Makushi feeder roads to be repaired. Mr. Speaker, that same Kawam feeder road was on the previous estimates with $500,000 being allocated to such project. This year, however, Mr. Speaker, 50% of this cost, which is $250,000, is identified in the estimates for 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, I would really appreciate if the Minister for Agriculture can explain the scope of work done on this project I have just outlined. Mr. Speaker, the said road is in a deplorable state. Farmers are complaining every day. Vehicles are breaking down. Instead of making money, they are spending more money buying parts for their vehicles. I recently had a conversation with a farmer, Mr. Speaker, who owns farms in that catchment. And Mr. Speaker, it broke my heart to hear his story. On what he has to endure to get to his farm on a regular basis. Walking for miles because of unmaintained roads. Whereas this project for 2 consecutive financial years have been making it in the estimates, and the farmers are yet to receive proper access to feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on the topic of farmers and farmlands, October of this year, Mr. Speaker, will make 4 years since recommendations were made for the young farmers to acquire lands in Savon York, that is an area in Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just boasting my community of Salisbury, but we have so many young persons that excel in agriculture. Again, I am waiting on the Ministry of Agriculture to bring me up to date on this wonderful initiative that was put in place for these young farmers of Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the community of Salisbury is one of the most productive agricultural villages in Dominica. That's a fact. Name the produce and we cultivate it in Salisbury. One of the biggest pineapple farmers, though being challenged by poor road conditions to get to his farm, is from Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, and I'm not forgetting our crown of produce, watermelons. Mr. Speaker, you cannot get it anywhere sweeter than Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, we can do and produce more in this community. But because of the failing feeder routes, many persons are left without a choice than to abandon their farms. Again, I say, Mr. Speaker, to reach the 700 million mark to GDP, farmers cannot be left alone to suffer in this. We need to stop with the "it is coming" slogan, and please let something happen. Mr. Speaker, the Guavin Road in Upper Salisbury is of a great concern. I heard the Honorable Roye spoke on it this morning. We had some challenges last year for Tropical Storm Philip. The government came, they did some work, but Mr. Speaker, we need something proper. This area needs a bridge. I asked the Honorable one time, maybe he can give us a Bailey Bridge, but things take time, but we need it. We don't have to wait until something bad happens for us to start putting ourselves in. You understand? Mr. Speaker, this road or this bridge also serves farmers in the community and also the farmers of St. Joseph and Mary constituency, as the Cuba, Cabo, and Tukaum Road is in such a deplorable state. Mr. Speaker, okay, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I am not forgetting, nor will I ignore the fishermen of the constituency of Salisbury. I have invoices from these young men seeking assistance to acquire their own boats. The Minister of Finance mentioned the construction of 50 boats in the tune of $3.2 million. So I am hoping that my fishermen get a piece of that pie as well. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to our healthcare facility in Salisbury, honestly, Mr. Speaker, there are no words to describe it. I spoke on it last year, and I am still going to do so again this time around. Mr. Speaker, no need to bagay until they don't sell two in Salisbury. Everything in one hole, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, need I explain? The waiting area and a bed to attend a sick patient in case of an emergency is in the same place. The nursing station to check the patient's medical notes and check their vitals are together with their kitchenette. In the country where we promote health and wellness, tell me, Mr. Speaker, how do I categorize this situation and the working condition of our healthcare workers? Mr. Speaker, the health team, they are complaining. The patients are complaining. There is no privacy in this health center. Everything in one hole. We need a larger, more modern, and better equipped medical facility to ensure the healthcare workers work in an environment that will significantly impact the well-being of people. I heard Honorable Edwards saying about how many health centers today? 13 health centers. Well, we want a health center in Salisbury too. We want one too, Mr. Speaker. The shopping list is very long. Mr. Speaker, the youth play a very significant role in the community, and my senator, well, a while ago, my colleague, touched on this. The community of Salisbury has a very active sports committee who on a regular basis always get the young persons involved in various sporting activities. Being supported most times by the Dominica Olympic Association, the Dominica Sports Division, and other sport leagues. Mr. Speaker, this committee, they are going places. We have the annual road race, as my colleague said. We have the football competitions. We have the kite flying competitions, where all persons around and over Dominica come to participate in Salisbury. But Mr. Speaker, still we're playing field. If you see the playing field, Mr. Speaker, Kaye, rock, hard rock, Mr. Speaker. Rock. Kaye, rock. It is the only place that the young persons recreate in Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, we have some young persons coming up in the village. We have players like Jason Vidal. Mr. Speaker, if I continue to name for you, there are many young players, persons involved in sports, right? So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleading on the Ministry of Sports and Youth to please, please, please address our playing field. Senator George, I am pleading on your behalf. You can check us Irene Salisbury. Please, check us Irene. Mr. Speaker, I am moving along with my shopping list. Mr. Speaker, I love you. Mr. Speaker, Coolibistry and Monrachet also form part of my constituency. I heard the Minister for Housing, the Honorable Melissa Poponskerit, mention that a few families were relocated to Platte-Napier and other set of families to Grand Savannah in Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be ungrateful to criticize or not to welcome this great initiative. However, Mr. Speaker, the bigger picture is still evident. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, Coolibistry has been declared as a disaster area. 9 years next month, and not even a sack cement, not even a bag of cement, Mr. Speaker, in Coolibistry to repair their bridge that was compromised by the storm. Much less to even think of the government giving them a river wall. I heard Honorable Defoe said that a stone was in a river and the lady was telling him to come and remove the stone and she wanted peace of mind. Coolibistry people need peace of mind too. Mr. Speaker, what is the government waiting for until they decide to make something happen in the community of Coolibistry? Mr. Speaker, to add salt to the wound, Coolibistry doesn't even have a disaster shelter. And that community was declared as a disaster area, Mr. Speaker? This is sad. Persons from this community have to run all the way to Monrachet for shelter. Last year, when Tropical Storm Philip was approaching the island, Mr. Speaker, I was in Coolibistry on my feet, Mr. Speaker, walking around, and they informed me to ask the residents of Coolibistry to go all the way to Layu Resource Center for shelter, if needs be. Reason why? Because the Monrachet village the Monrachet Resource Center was under renovation, right Layu, because Coolibistry doesn't have a disaster shelter. My people of Coolibistry, I will say to you, wait on the Lord and be of good courage, and he shall strengthen your heart. Psalms 27:14. Mr. Speaker, you require a strong heart to live in the community of Coolibistry. But I assure you, my constituents, your parliamentary representative is there with you. And I am there for you, pleading on your behalf at any given opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the speed bumps on the Coolibistry Highway, my shopping list is very long, Mr. Speaker, but let me move along because my time is coming up. Right now, bowling change, Mr. Speaker, I don't have plenty of time again. Mr. Speaker, the speed bumps on the Coolibistry Highway is much needed.
11 more minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I get in there. I have addressed the issue with the necessary person since last year, days after the fatal accident of the young school child on the Salisbury Highway. I was informed that the speed bumps are coming. To this date, Mr. Speaker, yeah, nothing. I wonder if the necessary persons in government have to wait again until something tragic happens. Mr. Speaker, I would like the necessary persons within the Ministry of Public Works to please intercede on my behalf. Please. Mr. Speaker, since I became the PAL rep for this constituency, I have been singing the same song with the same beats on the same hymn sheet. Mr. Speaker, Monrachet, this little community perched on the hill, has a lot of potential as well. However, Mr. Speaker, the roads again leading to their farms are also in a deplorable condition also. So, Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying there is an abundance of work to be done. I have chosen to mainly touch on the agricultural sector, as we in this lovely country of ours have a lot of potential when it comes to that field. We can produce and we can definitely deliver. We have to triple our crop productivity to meet the 700 million mark to GDP. Mr. Speaker, please, Minister for Agriculture, assist the farmers. Give them their little feeder roads because we are doing well in Salisbury. We are doing well. And encourage environmentally sustainable farming practices. We are doing well. We are doing well, but we can do better, Mr. Prime Minister. We can do better. Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will in the end contribute to most of our wealth, good morals, and happiness. And this is my contribution, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable AG. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've sat here for. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to make very few, well, essentially, two substantive comments. I've listened for the past several days, and pretty much everything that can be said has been said. Of course, I can say that the airport is a wonderful thing which is coming, and talk of all the benefits that the airport will bring, we anticipate, to Dominica. That's been said by several people, as indeed as all the other areas. The obviously close to my heart in Portsmouth, which is the marina, which we anticipate is coming, and I anticipate that I will hopefully be able to look down upon in due course, is from my residence. It's something, of course, that I look forward to. But all of that can reasonably be said, Mr. Speaker. I think about the substantive aspects has been said. So all that remains for me to do, Mr. Speaker, is to stand and record my support for the budget, the 2024-2025 budget that has been debated, or at least we've had some readings throughout the course of the proceedings. There have been, we really are getting to the point, Mr. Speaker, and I've spoken to you about this outside of the forum, but I will raise it in due course elsewhere. But I think, Mr. Speaker, we're getting very close to giving competition to DBS and the DBS reading competition. This is a debating chamber, and really, I think, Mr. Speaker, the time has come that we should move a little from, maybe we have to be weaned off of the scripted reading of all contributions. That is not the proper format for Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's something that that needs to be said. But insofar as the budget is concerned, Mr. Speaker, I think it behooves me to express congratulations to the Minister of Finance on his presentation of the budget. It's sometime now, Friday, but it was, in my humble view, an excellent presentation of the budget. I think it also behooves me to extend congratulations to those who were involved in the preparation of that budget. And obviously these things take a lot of work, so I think congratulations are in order to those who contributed in one way or another to that presentation. And Mr. Speaker, of course, as I'm on my feet, and my constituency, at least my core constituency, is the chambers of the Attorney General and those who are employed there, both the professional and the administrative staff. And Mr. Speaker, they from time to time feel that they are perhaps not seen, not heard, and sometimes ignored. And so it behoves me, Mr. Speaker, to stand and to extend to them congratulations and thanks for the sterling work and effort that they do in ensuring that we end up here and that we have the relevant bills that we need to discuss and to debate and to pass. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I give my wholehearted support to the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Prime Minister.
In the spirit that a lot is happening in Salisbury. Excuse me? Yeah, the roads will come. Well, I take note of the member of Salisbury central theme of a presentation, that a lot is happening in Salisbury. So it is clear that Labour Katwaba in Salisbury, Mr. Speaker. So with this, I wish to adjourn Parliament to tomorrow, August 1, at 9:30.
9. Second.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned until August 1st, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned until 9:30 a.m. August 1st, 2024.